Chapter 220. Yili had been taking the feng shui exam for 3 days, but Yu Shu did not plan to go. Instead, she stayed at home to sort out what she had learned and heard in the past 6 months, and focused on preparing for the exam of Uncanny Arts. Uncanny Arts, as the name suggested, must be a rare or even rare art of disguise. For example, the Qigong arts, Jia Zi Na Yin, and so on, which were usually used by the people who changed their fortune, could not be called uncanny. Only the more obscure divination arts, such as the spiritual chess scripture and the Duke of Zhou's dream interpretation, could be considered uncanny. However, the scope of the exam for uncanny arts was not limited to the content of a specific uncanny art. The questions were usually about current affairs and focused more on application, so the questions were often tricky. For example, Yu Shu had seen in the Dian dossier over the years that there was a question that asked the examinees to predict the top 3 of the year's imperial examination. The time limit was 5 days, and the examinees were allowed to go home to answer. Once the 5 days were up, they had to go to the Taiching department to submit their papers. This kind of open book exam had advantages and disadvantages for Yu Shu. The advantage was that she was good at the application of Yili, but the disadvantage was that it benefited the examinees who had a backdoor. For example, people like Ji Xingxuan, who came from an aristocratic family of Yili and had elders who were proficient in Yili, helping them to plan in the dark. This was not considered cheating. In other words, this subject was the most unfair among the 6 subjects of the Dian. It was the subject with the most tricks. The examinees did not compete on knowledge, but on family background. Because of this, there were very few people who participated in this subject. Most of them had some family background, and they relied on this subject to get a good ranking in exchange for the title of Teacher E, to act as a facade. However, there was no lack of people with real talent among them. For example, Yunhua Ez, who appeared out of nowhere, took the first place in the uncanny arts, and forcibly suppressed the children of the aristocratic families, not allowing them to show their faces. That was called boldness. Because of the leak in the astrology subject, Yu Shu did not plan to take it again. Now, among the 6 subjects, she had the most confidence in the uncanny arts and mathematics. Mathematics was a special subject, and it was also given a title. If she could not get into the top 3, it would be a waste. In this way, if she wanted to enter the LoveLore Library, she had to take the subject of the strange arts. At the very least, she had to enter the 100 yuan. Otherwise, she wouldn't even be able to get the title of Teacher E. There were hidden dragons and crouching tigers in this grand examination. Who could guarantee that there wouldn't be another Master E Zizi? She didn't have full confidence that she would be able to enter the top 3. If she got the 4th or 5th place, she would have gotten the title of Master E for nothing. If she wasn't even a Master E, then she wouldn't be able to enter the gates of LoveLore Library. These days, there were things that gave Yu Shu headaches, but there were also things that made her happy. Ever since the yellow frost stone returned to her hands, the successive disasters around her showed signs of abating. After a few days, Yu Shu found that sometimes, she didn't have to deliberately avoid them. Those small disasters that she had predicted earlier were inadvertently resolved. For example, half a month ago, she predicted that she would have a patient on the first day of the first year. She did suffer from the cold in the examination hall for the whole morning, but when she got home, she drank a bowl of ginger soup, wrapped herself in a blanket, and slept. Another example was that she predicted that she would lose money on the 3rd day of the first year. In the end, when she went to Changchun Street to watch the execution, she got a little drunk in a restaurant and left her purse on the table. However, Jing Chen saw it, and in the end, she didn't lose a single copper coin. Another example was this morning, when she got up to cook, she tripped at the kitchen door. When she got up and went into the kitchen to add firewood to start the fire, the pot hanging on the door finally fell with a clang. It was a scare, but not a real danger. Such an immediate effect made Yu Shu pleasantly surprised. She repeatedly sighed that the yellow frost stone was indeed a good treasure. In the past, she really didn't know what it was. She didn't lose anything by exchanging Easy's test paper for it. Yushu carried the amulet made from the yellow frost stone for 2 days. She hung it on Jing Qin in front of Yu Xiaoxiu. She didn't hide it from him. Jing Qin didn't say anything, but Yu Xiaoxiu vaguely heard them talking about this stone before. He knew it was a treasure. When Yushu hung it on him, he took it off and gave it to her. As an elder sister, she always put her younger brother first. Naturally, the younger brother also cared about his elder sister. In the heart of Yu Xiaoxiu, as long as Yushu was good, he would be good. Yushu had said all kinds of soft and hard words, but Yu Xiaoxiu still refused to wear the amulet. She had no choice but to not go too far in front of Jing Qin. In private, she knocked on Yu Xiaoxiu's head several times and hung it on his neck. Yushu finally submitted to Yushu's violence and wore it reluctantly. "Why are you pouting? I didn't give it to you. Take it off for me when I take the exam in a few days." Yushu rubbed Yu Xiaoxiu's head and said angrily, "You don't even know that you are good to you." "Really?" Yu Xiaoxiu snorted, touched the amulet in his collar, and asked Yushu, "Sister, when will Brother Shui come back?" When Yushu heard the words Big Brother Shui, she went silent, and the blurry figure of Shui Rui's back when he left that night appeared in her mind. Moreover, when he lightly descended on her shoulder, it caused her to have an extremely uncomfortable feeling in her heart. She'd rather have a falling out with him than have such an ambiguous attitude. Who knew if he would forgive her or not listen to her after he heard her confession? She didn't have any confidence in Shui Rui at all. "I don't know. Didn't he promise to take you to ride horses? He should come to you when he comes back." Yushu perfunctorily answered Yu Xiaoxiu, but in her heart, she thought that Shui Rui had better forget about it. Otherwise, when they met, she didn't know how embarrassing it would be. "Oh. You must be hungry. Sister will cook. Let's eat egg pancakes tonight." In winter, ordinary people didn't have much to eat. The best they could do was to eat meat, then fish and eggs. Yu Xiaoxiu said, "Then make 2 more pancakes and heat them up for breakfast tomorrow morning." "Okay, let's go. Help me." Since the day Ji Xingxuan lost the yellow frost stone in Changchunfang, Ji Huaishan had been sending people to inquire about the nearby area, trying to find the person. However, after 7 or 8 days, there was no result. Ji Xingxuan lost the thing she loved and felt uncomfortable for several days, but she didn't show it in front of Ji Huaishan. She had to participate in all 6 subjects of the Dian examination, so she had to work harder than others. After 2 subjects, she lost a lot of weight. Ji Huaishan loved his granddaughter dearly. 3 times a day, he ordered the housekeeper to send supplements to her courtyard. In order to make her happy, he spent a lot of money to buy a pair of colorful parrots that could talk and sing as a gift. After yesterday's feng shui exam, Ji Xingxuan rested at home, waiting for the next subject. Last night, she spent half the night watching the stars, so she woke up a little late in the morning. The pair of parrots stood side by side in the birdcage. From the living room, they could be heard chirping, "Lucky star shines, fortune rolls in. Lucky star shines, fortune rolls in." It was a cold day, so the stove in the room was burning brightly. Ji Xingxuan was helped up by 2 servant girls. After washing up, she drank a cup of white fungus to get rid of the bitter taste in her mouth. Carrying the hand stove, she walked to the living room. Breakfast had just been placed on the table. There was porridge and hot dishes, a small plate of peeled quail eggs, and a bowl of steaming fresh goat's milk. As soon as she woke up, Ji Xingxuan didn't have much of an appetite. After drinking half a bowl of porridge, she washed her hands and rinsed her mouth. Then, she took a small plate of peeled peanuts and fed them to the parrots. The pair of birds were also clever. Seeing that there was good food, they fought to be the first to say auspicious words. Their sweet words made Ji Xingxuan smile for the first time that morning. The head servant, Yunhe, reminded her, "Miss, don't feed them too much at once. The birds can't eat too much." This servant girl, Yunhe, had served Ji Xingxuan for 3 years. She was assigned to her by Ji Huaishan after she was selected to enter the Imperial Historian's Library and came to the capital to study. She was skilled in both literature and martial arts. She was reliable in her work and was older than Ji Xingxuan by 2 years. As a result, Ji Xingxuan treated her differently from the other servant girls and was willing to listen to her. Ji Xingxuan handed the plate to Yunhe and was about to go to the study to read when she heard someone panting outside the curtain. Miss, Master has sent this servant to summon you to the front courtyard. Someone from Yang City has arrived." Hearing this, Ji Xingxuan hurriedly gestured for the servant girl to roll up the curtain to let the person in. She asked, "Who has arrived?" "It's third master, second young master, and young master Ma's entire family. I heard that young master Ma has been promoted and is going to the capital to be an official." The errand boy replied excitedly. "Is that so? My little aunt is also here." Ji Xingxuan stood up. Her face, which was not covered by a veil, clearly showed a happy expression. She turned to Yunhe and said, "Go get a cloak and come with me to the front courtyard." "Yes." Yunhe saw that she was full of energy again, so she responded with a smile. She ran into the room and picked out a blue furry cloak. She draped it over Ji Yunshu's body and tidied her hair. Then, she helped Ji Yunshu out of the room and hurried to the front courtyard. When the pair of parrots in the cage saw that everyone had left and there was no more peanuts to eat, they flapped their wings and kicked over the small dish on the bamboo pole with a ding-dang sound. The millet grains inside the dish spilled out and fell onto the ground. Mrs. Lucky, Mrs. Lucky. On the 7th day of the Lunar New Year, Yushu went to Tai Qingxi's house early in the morning. Tai Qingxi looked at the notice. The astrology exam was set on the 9th day of the Lunar New Year. There was also a physiognomy exam after that. On the way back, she deliberately passed by Autumn Osmanthus Lane and went to Fu an escort agency. Zhao Qinghui was out, but his uncle, Boss Zhou, was there. When Yushu came, he warmly invited her to the tea room. He lit the stove and served her tea. The two of them sat and chatted for a while. This was the first serious business that Yushu had gotten from setting up a stall in Autumn Osmanthus Square. The red packet of 20 taels a month was not a lot, but the escort agency rarely looked for her if there was nothing important. Last month, she decided to take the Dian exam, so she told Boss Zhou about it. At that time, Boss Zhou politely gave her 50 taels as a gift, but Yushu tactfully declined. Recently, Fu an escort agency was smooth sailing. After sitting for a while, Yushu got up and said goodbye. Boss Zhou knew that she was preparing for the exam, so he did not ask her to stay for dinner. He said that after she finished the exam, he would treat her to a drink. Yushu walked back to Huixing Street. It was almost noon, but Jing Chen was alone at home. She was wondering if she should buy food or cook for lunch when she heard someone shouting behind her. "Little brother, slow down. Can I ask you something?" Yushu turned around and saw a carriage stop not far from the street. The coachman was waving at her. The other party spoke with a southern accent, so she took the initiative to walk forward. The coachman smiled at her and said, "I'm asking for directions. How do I go back to Huixing Street?" Yushu pointed to the street behind her and said, "This is it." "Thank you." "You're welcome." Yushu saw that there was nothing else for her to do, so she turned around and walked away. Behind her, she heard the coachman's report, "Master, this is Huixing Street. The road is narrow, and the carriage can't go in. Do you want me to go inside and ask for directions?" "No need, let's get off and walk." At first, Yu Shu thought the voice in the carriage was familiar. After walking for more than 10 steps, she curiously looked back. But when she saw it, she suddenly stopped. Chapter 221. Yu Shu's eyes were not deceived. The people who came down from the carriage were Zhao Hui, Pei Jing, and He Fangji. Hui, Aunt Huai. When Yu Shu saw who they were, she immediately shouted and ran towards them. Her face was full of surprise. Pei Jing and He Fangji were persuading Zhao Hui to wait in the carriage while they went to look for Yu Shu. When they heard the shout, they turned their heads and saw Yu Shu running towards them. They did not recognize her at first, but when they were in front of her, they suddenly realized who it was. Xiao Yu. Zhao Hui let go of He Fangji's hand and reached out to Yu Shu. She hugged her, not caring about her bulging belly. He Fangji panicked and repeatedly said, "Slow down." But how could Zhao Hui listen to him? Hugging Yu Shu, she cried tears of joy. Choking with emotion, she said, good child, it's good that you're fine, it's good that you're fine, thank the heavens." A few months ago, when Zhao Hui heard the news from the Taiheng Chamber of Commerce that a merchant ship had been robbed and all the merchants on board had been killed, she fainted on the spot. When she woke up, she could not believe that Yu Shu and her brother had lost their lives. She begged Pei Jing to go to Kaifeng Prefecture. When she found out that they were dead, Zhao Hui could not eat or drink and almost lost the child she was pregnant with. Under He Fangji's careful care, Zhao Hui finally accepted the death of Yu Shu and her brother with great difficulty. However, 3 months later, Pei Jing received a letter from the Taiheng Chamber of Commerce in the capital, asking him to bring his family to the capital. The letter also stated that Yu Shu and Qiu Biao had embezzled what was supposed to be their property and had been exposed for murder. Pei Jing guessed that Yu Shu had escaped death. After informing Zhao Hui, the latter, after discussing with Dr. He and his mother, resolutely decided to go to the capital with Pei Jing to find them. Even if the two siblings were still alive. Because they had left half a month earlier, they did not receive the letter that Yu Shu had sent to Yiyang. They arrived in the capital the day before yesterday. Fortunately, Pei Jing had some connections in the capital. After looking around, he found the yamen. On the day that the case of the Taiheng Chamber of Commerce was heard, Yu Shu, as a witness, had left her address at the yamen. As soon as Pei Jing heard about it, he immediately brought Zhao Hui and her husband to find her. That was why there was the part where the coachman asked for directions. When Zhao Hui saw with her own eyes that Yu Shu was safe and sound, a large stone in her heart was lifted. She wrapped one arm around her and used the other to affectionately brush the stray hair in front of Yu Shu's forehead. She wanted to hug her and kiss her a few times. Yu Shu also felt a lump in her throat. 10 months ago, she fell into the sea and transmigrated to the ancient times, losing her parents and brother. If Yu Xiaoxiu was her spiritual sustenance, then Zhao Hui was her emotional support. Although the two weren't as close as mother and daughter, they weren't that far off. When she left Yiyang that day, the person she couldn't bear to part with the most was Zhao Hui. A few months ago, she had narrowly escaped death. She was afraid of Zhao Hui's power, so she didn't dare to contact Zhao Hui for fear of bringing trouble to her. Aunt Huai, why did you run all the way to the capital? And what about Dr. He and Grandma He? Yu Shu still didn't know that Zhao Hui hadn't received the letter she sent. She's still in Yiyang City. We've hired someone to take care of her. Zhao Hui was very happy. After suffering came happiness. She now had a caring husband and an open-minded mother-in-law. Dr. He smiled and comforted his beloved wife. All right, it's good that she's fine. Now you can be at ease, right? And I'm at ease, Yes, Zhao Hui repeatedly said. Pei Jing patted Yu Shu's shoulder and was filled with emotion. I knew that you, this child, had a tough life. It's been hard on you. I didn't think that Bai Qing, that servant, was a beast in human skin. It was my negligence to let you follow them to the capital and cause you to suffer for nothing. Yu Shu hurriedly said, it was them who did evil, how can I blame you? Pei Jing had gone to pay a visit to the head of the Taihing Chamber of Commerce yesterday and heard the inside story of Bai Qing and Qiu Biao. He knew that Yu Shu had played a role in this. He secretly sighed. That day, Bai Qiu hadn't been able to harm Yu Shu. Now, he was controlled by her and lost his life. However, he wasn't surprised at the fate of Qiu Biao and Qiu Biao. When Yu Shu helped Zhao Hui to sue the Dou family's Ji family, he could see that this junior was a vicious person who would take revenge for any grievances. However, he heard that this case could be resolved so smoothly and that there was even a noble person who helped from the side. What made him curious was, where did Yu Shu get to know this noble person? Fangji's heart ached for Zhao Hui. He said to Yu Shu, let's not stand on the street. Let's find a warm place to sit and talk. Your Aunt Hui is pregnant and can't stand for a long time. Yu Shu now discovered that under Zhao Hui's clothes, her abdomen was bulging. She was so shocked that her eyes turned round. She stammered, Hui. Aunt Hui, you. Zhao Hui nodded. Her expression was soft and somewhat bashful. She lightly glared at Dr. He and said to Yu Shu, it's almost 5 months. It won't be a problem. This child knows her place. Yu Shu curiously touched Zhao Hui's abdomen through the thick cotton clothes. She carefully held her arm and said to the 3 people, the place I live now is too narrow. It can't fit anyone. There's a tea house on the street next door. Let's go there. In fact, Yu Shu thought that Jing Chen was at home. It wasn't that she didn't want them to know of Jing Chen's existence, but that Zhao Hui was pregnant now. It was not good for anything to happen to her. If Jing Chen did something to her and something happened to her, it would all be her responsibility. It would be too late even if she cried. Zhao Hui heard Yu Shu's words and saw that she was even thinner than when she left Yang. She thought that she was living in a bad place and was not living well. Her heart ached for her. She warmly said, tomorrow, I'll get the doctor to arrange a bigger house for you. Pei Jing said, why go through so much trouble? Tonight, all of you can stay at my place. Yu Shu still had Jing Chen at home. How could she leave with them? She quickly changed the topic, let's find a place to sit down first. Yes, let's get in the carriage. Thus, the few of them took the carriage to the tea house that Yu Shu mentioned. Yu Shu and Zhao Hui sat in the tea house for the whole afternoon. Yu Shu told them everything that happened after she escaped from the ship. She even talked about Jing Chen's part, but she left out the parts that could not be mentioned. For example, Jing Chen's Kadish star was something that could not be mentioned. She did not even mention half a word about Yu Xiaoxiu. Listening to her talk about the dangerous escape that night, Zhao Hui was so scared that her face turned pale. Doctor He was a hot-tempered person. He slapped the table and angrily scolded Bai Qing and Qiu Biao. Pei Jing, on the other hand, was more interested in Jing Chen. You said that this young Master Jing who escaped with you, do you know him from before? Yu Shu looked at Zhao Hui and brought up an old story. Jing Chen had a martial arts competition. That day, when Aunt Hui was on the verge of death, I asked him to help raise enough money for Aunt Hui's medical fees. Hearing this, Pei Jing looked suspicious, as if he had vaguely thought of something. Zhao Hui said emotionally, if that's the case, I should go see this young Master Jing personally. Where is he now? Yu Shu hesitated, he's living with me in Xiaoxiu now. Zhao Hui was stunned, living with you? You. Before she could finish, Pei Jing suddenly slammed the table and stared at Yu Shu with glowing eyes. He blurted out, you and that young Master Jing are the beggars and Taoists of Wanxiang Street. Pei Jing was talking about Yu Shu and Jing Chen gambling in the Baoran casino owned by the Ji family. They won 43 rounds in a day and almost destroyed the reputation of the Ji family's casino, causing a sensation in the entire Wanxiang Street. Yu Shu smiled and nodded. This time, there was no need to hide it. She had participated in the Diyan examination. After she passed the mathematics exam, her name would be on the roll. She would definitely reveal what she had learned. Instead of surprising them at that time, it was better to let them know first. Ha! Pei Jing laughed out loud. He was excited to see the prey. I was wondering why you thought of pretending to be that beggar when you complained on behalf of Hui Nyang. When I asked you, you didn't admit it. Xiao Yu, you're really good at hiding things. After sighing, he shook his head and smiled bitterly. To think that I wanted to take you as my apprentice. I'm so ashamed that I almost made a fool of myself. Yu Shu said seriously, Uncle Pei, you're too humble. I learned accounting from you in Tihin and learned a lot. I've already considered you as half a teacher. Pei Jing was pleased to hear this. He thought of another question and was about to ask it when Dr. He interrupted, what is beggars and Taoists? Pei Jing saw that Zhao Hui was also confused. He was happy to tell them about Yu Shu's exploits. He studied mathematics and was also a businessman. He looked favorably on people who were good at calculations. That was why he recruited Yu Shu to work in Tihin. Taoist? Is that young Master Jing a Taoist? Zhao Hui exclaimed. As a commoner, she had an instinctive reverence for Taoists who had a high status. Yu Shu waved her hand. No, he's just pretending. He's a Jianghu man, a chivalrous warrior. Jing Chen's identity as a Taoist could not be revealed. It was not that she did not believe in Zhao Hui, her husband, and Pei Jing, but if this matter was revealed, it would implicate Jing Chen's memory loss. Otherwise, how could a Taoist master end up living with a commoner and almost getting killed? Yu Shu did not want too many people to know about Jing Chen's memory loss. Firstly, she did not want others to see him in a different light. Secondly, she did not want Zhao Hui to worry. As for Yu Shu's words, Zhao Hui did not doubt it at all. She breathed a sigh of relief and said, Where are you staying? I want to thank young Master Jing personally. Zhao Hui had a thought. She felt that it was inappropriate for a girl like Yu Shu to live with a man, even if there was Yu Xiaoxiu among them. Yu Shu looked at the dark sky outside and said, It's too late now. Aunt Hui, it's not convenient for you to walk around. You should go back first and leave your address. I'll bring Xiaoxiu over tomorrow. She did not mention that she would not allow Zhao Hui to see Jing Qin, but she also did not say that she would go with Jing Qin tomorrow. Zhao Hui had been out for a long time. After hearing Yu Shu's words, she felt that her waist was a bit sore. It had not been easy for her to conceive this child and she had almost lost it. She had been rushing all the way to the capital. If it wasn't for Dr. He's attentive care, her body would not have been able to endure it. Although she was reluctant to part with Yu Shu, she knew that there would be plenty of time in the future. As long as she was safe and sound, she did not care about this short period of time. Thus, Lu Jing called for the waiter to come in and settle the bill. The three of them left the private room and walked to the door. Pei Jing suddenly turned his head and asked, Xiao Yu, did you take the exam for this year's Great Yen examination? Yu Shu almost forgot about this. After he asked, she remembered, I did. Pei Jing happily said, That's good. With your ability, you should be able to rank among the best in mathematics. I'll wait to hear your good news. If there's anything you need, don't hesitate to ask Uncle Pei. Yu Shu thanked him and saw them off to the carriage. She watched them drive away and then happily left. Chapter 222. When Yu Xiaoxiu got home from school, it was still early. Jing Chen was practicing his swordsmanship, so he opened the door and sat by the stove to warm himself while watching Jing Chen practice. He did not disturb him and only clapped when he finished a set of swordsmanship. When Jing Chen heard the applause, he turned to look at Yu Xiaoxiu and asked, "Xiaoxiu, can I teach you this set of swordsmanship?" Jing Chen's intentions were good. Ever since he started practicing swordsmanship, his body has become stronger day by day. He knew that this set of swordsmanship contained mysteries. But when he saw that Yu Xiaoxiu was small and skinny, he wanted to teach him swordsmanship so that he could strengthen his body as well. Yu Xiaoxiu shook his head, "I can't learn it." Which ordinary youngster didn't have a Jianghu dream in their heart? They longed to practice martial arts to strengthen their bodies, to be chivalrous and help the weak. But Yu Xiaoxiu was not an ordinary youngster. In this child's heart, the most powerful person was not the Ji family's great master who was a high-ranking official in the capital, nor was it the highly skilled Taoist Jing Chen, nor was it the legendary Master Yi. It was Yu Shu, that narrow-minded person who was full of lies. In Yu Xiaoxiu's eyes, those who practiced martial arts were not as smart as his sister, those who were smart were not as cunning as his sister, those who were cunning were not as thick-skinned as his sister, and those who were thick-skinned were not as capable as his sister. Comparing them like this, his sister was the most powerful person. Compared to wasting time on martial arts, he was more willing to spend more time on EZ and arithmetic. He wanted to be able to calculate and be more observant. He wanted to follow his sister's example and participate in the Great Yen examination in 3 years. Although a child's admiration was a little blind, it wasn't completely unreasonable. Even though Yu Shu had a lot of problems, her ability was something that others rarely had. Jing Chen did not know that Yu Xiaoxiu was just being polite and thought that he was worried that he could not learn it. He said, "Don't worry, I will teach you carefully. This set of swordplay is easy to learn. There are only 14 moves." At this time, there was a knock on the door of the courtyard. Yu Xiaoxiu was worrying about how to dispel the idea of Jing Chen teaching him swordsmanship. When he heard Yu Shu's shout, he immediately ran out to open the door. As soon as Yu Shu entered the door, she excitedly pulled Yu Xiaoxiu in a circle. "Xiaoxiu, I have good news for you. Aunt Huai has come to the capital." "Ah." Yu Xiaoxiu was stunned for a moment. Then, he reacted and looked outside the door excitedly. "Where is it? Where is it?" Yu Shu pulled him in and closed the door with her left hand. She held his arm with her right hand and waved to Jing Chen to follow her. The 3 of them entered the central room. Yu Shu told Yu Xiaoxiu that Pei Jing came to see her with Zhao Hui this afternoon. Seeing Jing Chen was confused, she explained to him, "Didn't I mention it to you? Before you lost your memory, you helped me raise the medical expenses for an elder in Yang City. It was for Aunt Huai." Yu Xiaoxiu interrupted, "Then where are they? Why didn't they come to our home?" Yu Shu said, "It's too late. Aunt Huai is pregnant. It's inconvenient for her to run around. We will go to see her tomorrow." As for Zhao Hui's pregnancy, Yu Xiaoxiu was not as surprised as Yu Shu when he heard it. "Well, the academy is on holiday. I don't have to go to class." Speaking of this, Yu Xiaoxiu muttered to himself. Shui Rui said that he would take him to ride horses, but he didn't have to go to the academy tomorrow, and he didn't come back. Yu Shu turned her head and said to Jing Chen, "You don't have to go. I haven't told Aunt Hui and the rest about your situation in detail. If they know that you're a Daoist, they'll feel very uncomfortable. Secondly, it'll make their imaginations run wild and it'll be hard to explain." Jing Chen nodded. He knew that it was inconvenient for him to interact with others without knowing his identity. He turned to look at Yu Xiaoxiu and said to Yu Shu, "Xiaoxiu's physique is not strong enough. My set of swordsmanship has the effect of strengthening the body. I want to teach it to Xiaoxiu. What do you think?" Hearing this, Yu Shu hesitated and said, "Can your swordsmanship be taught to others?" Jing Chen was confused. Why not? Yu Shu said, I want to say that your swordsmanship has to be passed on to the sect. If there is any rule that forbids you from teaching it to outsiders, won't you break the rules? Compared with Yu Shu's cautiousness, Jing Chen didn't care much. It's just a set of swordsmanship. Why not? I can't remember anything now. Even if I break the rules, it is unintentional. Hearing this, Yu Shu was happy. She thought that he was not a pedantic person. She said happily, if that is the case, you can teach Xiaoxiu swordsmanship. You can also teach me Qin Gong at the same time. It was Yu Shu's dream when she was young to be able to leap onto roofs and vault over walls like characters in wuxia novels. Just thinking about it made her eager to try it. Originally, she wanted to wait until Jing Chen recovered his memory to see if he could teach it to others. Since he didn't mind, she naturally wouldn't let go of this great opportunity. Facing Yu Shu, who was climbing up a pole, Jing Chen hesitated for a moment and said, I won't teach you Qin Gong. Qin Gong was different from swordsmanship. Qin Gong relied on internal force. He remembered all the moves of swordsmanship and could teach it to Yu Xiaoxiu one by one. However, he didn't know where he obtained the internal force of Qin Gong. He really didn't know how to teach Yu Shu. Knowing that he didn't refuse, Yu Shu said disappointedly, then forget it. You can teach Xiaoxiu. Seeing that Yu Shu agreed, Yu Xiaoxiu was afraid that he would really spend time learning martial arts every day. He hurriedly said, Sister, I don't want to learn. Jing Chen and Yu Shu looked at Yu Xiaoxiu at the same time. The latter asked in surprise, why don't you want to learn? She thought that all boys liked to learn martial arts. Why didn't Yu Xiaoxiu want to learn? Yu Xiaoxiu was too embarrassed to look at Jing Chen. He braced himself and said to Yu Shu, I have to go to school every day. There is a lot of homework in the academy. I don't have time to learn martial arts. Jing Chen said, it doesn't need much time. You just need to get up an hour earlier every day. Yu Xiaoxiu lowered his head and didn't say anything. But his attitude was obvious. He still didn't want to learn. Yu Shu knew that this child was stubborn. She thought for a while and didn't force him to learn. She reached out to touch his head and smiled at Jing Chen. He is too lazy to learn. How about you teach me? She was an open-minded parent. Learning martial arts was not the same as going to school. It was not necessary. If he didn't want to learn, then so be it. She didn't expect him to be an all-rounder. He just needed to be able to support his family in the future. Hearing Yu Shu's words, Yu Xiaoxiu immediately raised his head and looked at her. Jing Chen wasn't blind. Seeing that Yu Xiaoxiu was really unwilling, he didn't force him anymore. He shook his head at Yu Shu and said, learning martial arts consumes energy. You don't have extra energy now. Concentrate on the exam. We'll talk about it later. Yu Shu said, it's just an hour a day. Don't worry. I can handle it. I just need to use my brain. It's good to use up some energy. I can sleep well at night. Jing Jian saw that she wanted to learn, so he agreed. I'll start teaching you tomorrow morning. As soon as he finished speaking, he heard someone say, I'll learn too. Yu Shu squinted at Yu Xiaoxiu. She didn't know what was wrong with this child. He was the one who said he didn't want to learn, and now he was the one who wanted to learn. Yu Xiaoxiu was embarrassed to say that he changed his mind because Yu Shu wanted to learn. He awkwardly said to Jing Chen, Brother Jing, teach me too. Okay. Jing Chen didn't care that Yu Xiaoxiu changed his mind again. Yu Shu didn't know what Yu Xiaoxiu was thinking. She reached out and patted the back of his head. She laughed and scolded, You child. He then teased Jing Chen, This is great. You've taken in 2 disciples at once. Do you want us to call you master? Jing Chen chuckled. He actually agreed with her joke. He said, "Okay, go ahead." Yushu was just joking with Jing Qin. She didn't really want him to be her master. She smiled and touched her nose. It was the first time she lost to Jing Qin. "I'll go make dinner." After saying that, Yushu slipped into the kitchen. The night passed. The next morning, Yushu woke Yu Xiaoxiu up. Jing Chen had already washed up and was waiting for them in the courtyard. He gave each of them a wooden sword that he had made last night and taught them the first move. It was said to be a single move, but it wasn't simple at all. Just the movement of drawing the sword required Yushu and Yu Xiao to practice for an hour. They were so tired that their foreheads were covered in sweat, and they only managed to learn an empty move. Luckily, Jing Chen wasn't strict and taught them in detail, so the siblings didn't give up on the first day. When the sun rose, Jing Chen asked them to stop. "That's all for today. Don't you have to go out? Don't be late." "Okay." Yushu wiped the sweat on her forehead. She was slightly out of breath, but her body was warm and her face was ruddy. She just needed a hot bath to feel comfortable. There was a bathtub at home that she bought a while ago. Unfortunately, it was getting late. She had to rush out to see Zhao Hui, so she didn't have time to boil the water slowly. The siblings could only wash their faces with warm water. "Xiaoxiu, go back to the room and tidy up your hair. We'll leave later." Yushu was about to pour the water out of the door with the basin. When she walked to the door of the courtyard, she vaguely heard someone talking outside. "Is this the place?" "Yes, they live in this house." "Then knock on the door." As soon as Yushu pricked up her ears, she heard a knock on the other side of the door. She turned to Jing Qin and raised her chin, signaling him to leave. Jing Qin understood. He turned back to the room with the rusted sword and closed the door. "Who is it so early in the morning?" Yushu didn't rush to open the door, but asked outside. There was a moment of silence outside the door. After a few whispers, someone cleared their throat and said, "Open the door." "It's me." Yushu heard the woman's voice outside the door. It sounded familiar, but she couldn't remember who it was. She asked suspiciously, "Who are you?" The person outside the door answered in a muffled voice, "I'm your mother." Yushu thought it was the wrong door, so she said, "You're at the wrong door." When she finished speaking, she heard the voice outside the door suddenly raised, "Wicked girl, you don't even recognize your mother. Open the door." Yushu's hand trembled, and she almost dropped the basin. This sharp voice and scolding tone, if it wasn't Aunt Shui, who else could it be? Chapter 223. In the central room, Yu Xiaoxiu stood behind Yushu and stared unblinkingly at the woman who sat down at the table after entering the room. Aunt Shui held a heater in her hands and looked around the room before turning to look at the siblings. Her eyes skipped over Yushu and fell on Yu Xiaoxiu. Only then did she show some parental concern on her face. She raised her hand and said, "Xiaoxiu, come here. Let me take a good look at you." Yu Xiaoxiu hesitated and did not go forward immediately. Instead, he stretched out his hand and quietly pulled Yushu's sleeve. He was happy to see his biological mother, but he felt sad at the same time. Half a year ago, they were driven out by the Ji family. His mother did not ask them to stay and watch them leave. They had suffered a lot before they came to Chang'an. His sister had taken care of him along the way. No matter what happened, she had never left him. Compared to his biological mother, he was closer to his sister. Aunt Shui saw that Yu Xiaoxiu was standing still and felt embarrassed. She pulled down her face and said angrily, "What? You don't even recognize your mother like your sister?" "No," Yu Xiaoxiu said in a muffled voice. "Then you didn't answer when I asked you. Are you unhappy to see me?" Aunt Shui's face was full of displeasure. Any mother in the world would be unhappy to see that their son was not close to her. Yu Shu knew Aunt Chui's character. She was afraid that she would make Yu Xiaoxiu sad if she continued, so she interrupted and pushed Yu Xiaoxiu, saying, "Go and make a pot of tea for me." Yu Xiaoxiu bowed his head and went out. Yu Shu turned her head and asked Aunt Chui, "Mother, how did you find us?" In fact, when Yu Shu saw the maidservant next to Aunt Chui, she had already guessed what was going on. Last time when Ji Xingxuan talked to her, it was this maidservant who knocked on her door. The siblings depended on each other for survival. Back then, they were ruthlessly driven away by the Ji family. Now, if the Ji family wanted anything from her, it would be the 6 lines technique. Although Yu Shu didn't admit it, Ji Xingxuan was sure that she learned the 6 lines technique from Taoish Qingjing. Yu Shu knew that Ji Xingxuan wouldn't give up on the 6 lines technique, but she didn't expect that they would directly bring Aunt Chui from Yang City. No wonder after that time, Ji Xingxuan didn't look for her again. She had this plan, so she didn't do anything else. Aunt Chui was not as kind to Yu Shu as she was to Yu Xiaoxiu. She sneered, "You asked me how I found you, but I have to ask you. You ran to the capital with Xiaoxiu without saying a word. You've been in the capital for so long. You didn't even send me a letter. Are you deliberately making me unable to sleep?" If this was really her mother, Yu Shu might feel wronged and sad to hear this accusation. But for Yu Shu, this woman in front of her was an outsider who had nothing to do with her. If it wasn't for Yu Xiaoxiu, she wouldn't let her enter this courtyard. Yu Shu didn't want to argue with her, so she said, "I didn't think it through. I made you worry. People's hearts were made of flesh. How could it not be painful?" Aunt Chui saw that Yu Shu was indifferent to her, so she didn't have anything good to say to her. So, she came straight to the point and said, "You should pack your things and go back with me." Yu Shu looked suspicious. "Where are we going?" "Where else?" "Go back to the Ji family with me." Yu Shu frowned. "Mother, you didn't forget that Xiaoxiu and I were driven out by the Ji family, did you? Now you want us to go back." Before concubine Chui could open her mouth, the servant girl who led the way coughed lightly and forced a fake smile at Yu Shu. "Young lady Yu, the old master didn't know that you and young master Yu were driven out of the clan. When he found out later, he reprimanded third master. The old master is a generous person. When he heard about the matter between you and your brother, he was moved by the fact that the two of you were alone and had no one to rely on. He specially allowed the two of you to return home and asked concubine Chui to personally pick you up." Hearing this dignified reason, Yu Shu almost burst into laughter. People who weren't from the same family wouldn't enter the same family. How could the reason that old master of the Ji family asked them to go back now be exactly the same as the reason that Ji Haotani asked her to go back to be a concubine of the Shui family? It was obvious that they had other plans, but they put on a compassionate attitude to coax them back, and then asked for the Gui's Liudiao technique. If she didn't agree, would they beat Yu Xiaoxiu badly again to force her to give in? "Did the third master come with you to the capital this time?" Yu Shu didn't answer, but asked concubine Chui instead. Aunt Chui said, "Yes, why do you ask this?" Yu Shu thought hard. What did she want to do? Of course, she was thinking about how to get this dizzy and silly mother out of the Ji family, so that she could cut off the last connection with the Ji family, so that they wouldn't hold this against her. "Mother," Yu Shu sighed softly and sat down next to Aunt Chui. She took her hand and coaxed, "After half a year, Xiaoxiu and I miss you very much. I don't know if third master made things difficult for you after we left. Did you suffer in the Ji family?" Faced with Yu Shu's sudden concern, Aunt Chui was stunned. She was reminded of her sad past, and her expression was unnatural. "So you also know that because of you too, I suffered a lot." Yu Shu glanced at the Yahuan behind her and smiled bitterly. "Of course I know what third master's temper is. At that time, because I was disobedient and refused to replace fourth miss and be a concubine, he beat up Xiao and almost lost his life. Only then did I learn to be obedient. Unfortunately, the marriage didn't go through and Xiao and I were chased out. There was no other way, so I came to the capital to make a living. Hearing Yushu mention that past, Aunt Shui's expression became more and more uncomfortable. Her hand struggled in her daughter's hand to avoid having other thoughts. She had come to find Yushu because she had been instructed by Ji Hyotani to bring Yushu back. He had also promised that when they returned to Yang, he would give her a courtyard to live in. But she had been a concubine for all these years. How could she not know how much truth a man's words could have? She knew very well what kind of temper Ji Hyotani had. Her son and daughter were bad-natured. If they really made him unhappy, they might be beaten and chased out again. At that time, it would not only be her son and daughter who would suffer, but she would also have to suffer once again. Yushu caught the change in Aunt Shui's expression. She squeezed her daughter's hand again and changed the topic, saying, "But mother, don't worry. I will participate in this year's Dian examination. I will definitely do my best to become a teacher for you. When the time comes, you will have a teacher daughter. Let's see who dares to bully you and look down on you." Hearing this, Aunt Shui was stunned again. You participated in that Dian examination." Aunt Shui was a little dazed. As a concubine in the Yishua family, she more or less knew what the Dian examination was all about. Since when did her ignorant, incompetent, and unrepentant daughter become so capable? Looking at Aunt Shui's reaction, Yushu knew that the Ji family did not tell her everything about herself. Grandfather Ji was working for the Celestial Commissioner. How could a scheming person like Ji Xingxuan not investigate whether she was a candidate this year? She was now a Dian examinee, not a nobody who needed to live under someone else's roof. Otherwise, she would have sent people to capture them like she did in Yang. Why would she need to play the family card? That's right. If you don't believe me, wait. Yushu let go of Aunt Shui's hand and ran into the room. She took out her exam slip and pointed at the seal on it for Aunt Shui to see. Afraid that Aunt Shui did not understand, she explained, "Look, this is the proof to participate in the Dian examination. Not everyone can take the exam. You must have a letter of recommendation from Teacher Yi. Don't be fooled by your daughter's failure in the past. For the past 6 months, I've been studying hard to learn Teacher Yi. I'm no longer the same as before. Otherwise, why would he write a letter of recommendation for me to take the exam?" She was spouting nonsense again. It was obvious that Shui Rui had used his connections to get her this exam slip after the examination deadline. However, Aunt Shui did not know about this. She only thought that Yushu had really become capable. She asked in shock, Is this true?" "Of course it's true. If you don't believe me, you can ask Xiao." Coincidentally, Yu Xiao came in with a cup of tea. Yushu waved at him to let him talk to Aunt Shui. Of course, Yu Xiao would not let Yushu down. "It's true. Sister is very good at Teacher Yi. There's even an escort agency that specially invited her to be a trader. She will definitely pass the exam." Only then did Aunt Shui believe everything. She couldn't help but ponder. No matter what, this child was her biological daughter. If she really passed the exam and angered him again, she would be Teacher Yi's mother in the future. Her status would be very different. Even if Ji Hyotani wanted to treat her in the future, he would have to think twice. Seeing that it was about time, Yushu changed the topic. "Mother, it's not that we don't want to go with you if you want us to go back, but think about it, Third Master has always disliked me. If I go back and say something wrong to anger him, being punished or beaten would be a light punishment, but not being able to participate in the exam would be terrible. How about this, you go back today and tell third master that I will bring Xiaoxiu back to the Ji family after the Grand Yen exam. Seeing that it was about time, Yu Xiaoxiu became anxious. He did not want to go back to the Ji family. Before Aunt Shui could say anything, the maidservant was the first to object. How can this be? Miss, you should quickly pack your things and leave with us. Great Master is still waiting. Yu Shu ignored the servant and stared unblinkingly at Aunt Shui, waiting for her reply. Then I'll go back and talk to Master and see if I can postpone your return for a few days. In the end, Aunt Shui was instigated by Yu Shu and changed her mind at the last moment. Yu Shu happily said, "Mother, you're still the most reasonable. Don't worry. When your daughter passes the exam, I will be filial to you." Aunt Shui heard this and felt comfortable. She pretended to be brave. "I'm your biological mother. I've worked hard to raise you up. If you don't filial to me, who else can you filial to?" Yu Shu repeatedly said, "Yes." Then she said, "This room is cold. You should hurry back. I also need to prepare to study." "Okay, then study hard." Aunt Shui stood and gave Yu Shu a rare bit of gentleness. She patted her hand and pulled Yu Xiaoxiu, "Mother will come see you in 2 days." Yu Xiaoxiu held back his words and nodded unhappily. He hadn't seen his birth mother for half a year, but when he saw her again, she didn't even say a word of warmth. The maidservant who led Aunt Shui here was anxious but had no choice. She couldn't force people to leave. She had no choice but to temporarily leave with Aunt Shui and go back to report. Yu Shu and Yu Xiaoxiu walked them to the door. When they left, Yu Shu closed the door. She turned her head and heard Yu Xiaoxiu ask her older sister, "Why did you agree to go back?" "Who wants to go back?" Yu Shu patted his shoulder and said with a smile, "Don't worry. Not only will we not go back, we will also bring Mother out." Chapter 224. Ji Hyotani didn't come to the capital for Yu Shu. As early as last year, he had planned to move his family's business to Li and City. Therefore, when he received the letter from Old Master Ji, he rushed to the capital with his family the next day. Ji Hyotani hated Yu Shu. That day in the court, when he recognized that the boy who sued the Ji family was Yu Shu, he didn't mention it to anyone in order to avoid being blamed by his parents and brothers. He held his breath and sent people to search for the siblings in Yang. Unexpectedly, they had already sneaked to the capital. No wonder he couldn't find them. His father said that Yu Shu had learned one of Taoish Qing Zhang's unique skills, so he had to find her. Therefore, not only could he not do anything to the siblings for the time being, he had to be polite to them, which made him even angrier. Aunt Shui returned to the Ji family's office in the capital. Ji Hyotani was waiting for her in the courtyard. Seeing that Aunt Shui didn't bring the siblings back, his face darkened. When he asked about the situation again, he immediately scolded her. "What do you mean by afraid that I will make things difficult for her and won't let her take the exam? Am I so narrow-minded in your eyes? Now it's father who wants them to come back. How do you want me to tell him? Should I tell him that the children are afraid that I will make things difficult for them, so they don't want to come back?" Aunt Shui was afraid that Ji Hyotani would lose his temper. She curled up into a ball and almost admitted her mistake. But when she thought that her daughter would become a master soon, she became more confident. She said timidly, "Yes, it's Yu Shu who said that. She said that she will come back after the exam." "Master, why don't we wait a little longer? They just said that they will come back a few days later. It's not like they won't come back at all." "Nonsense." Ji Hyotani roared and pointed at Aunt Shui's head. She was so scared that her shoulders trembled. She shrank her neck and stepped back. "What do you think our Ji family is? How can they come back whenever they want? I think you've eaten too much and your brain is cramped." Sob, sob, sob. Aunt Shui cried after being scolded. She wiped her tears and dared not to talk back. Ji Hyotani was in a rage. He didn't have the heart to show mercy to the fairer sex. He flung his sleeves and walked away. He had brought 3 concubines with him to settle down in the capital. Except for Aunt Shui, who he had to bring, the other 2 were especially spoiled. They lived with Aunt Shui in the small courtyard of the side room. When they heard Ji Hyotani scolding, they stuck their heads out of the door and looked around. When he left, they ran to Aunt Shui's room one by one to see the joke. Aunt Shui was mocked and ridiculed by them for half a day. Her heart was sour and bitter. She was afraid that they would scold Ji Hyotani in the middle of the night, so she didn't dare to talk back. But in her heart, she thought angrily, when this old woman's daughter becomes a teacher, you'll all have to bow your heads and apologize to me. Ji Xingxuan accompanied Ji Huaishan to drink tea in the warm room. She listened to the servant girl who followed Aunt Shui to find Yu Shu report the situation. Ji Xingxuan waved her hand to dismiss the servant girl. She said to Ji Huaishan, "It seems that she has her guard up, that's why she delayed coming back. It's a pity that Shifu Qing Zhang's 6 lines technique was passed on to such a clumsy person. When I saw her face that day, I knew that she was mediocre. Even if she learned this technique, she wouldn't be able to use it. If she was smarter, she would know that treasuring a jade ring is a crime." Ji Huaishan's eyes flashed. He said, "Whether she is willing to come back or not, the 6 lines technique can only belong to our Ji family. It's not up to a little girl like her to decide. It's not something she should have." Ji Xingxuan's eyes flickered. She asked, "What do you want?" Ji Huaishan's eyes flashed. "You just need to focus on preparing for the exam. Don't worry about this. Grandfather will plan everything for you." Ji Xingxuan wanted to say something but stopped. She looked at Ji Huaishan's expression. In the end, she didn't ask any more questions. She said meekly, "Then grandson will return to my room. Tomorrow is the astrology exam. Grandfather, don't worry. I will definitely pass this exam." Not long after Ji Xingxuan returned to her room, Ji Hyotani came looking for her. He entered the tea room and bowed in greeting. "Father. Rise." Father and son rarely saw each other. Compared to grandfather and grandson, they seemed a little distant. "Father, this morning, your son sent that lowly concubine to find—" "I already know," Ji Huaishan interrupted, sweeping his gaze over him. "You do have some strange abilities. None of your sons and daughters are capable, yet you let an outsider obtain good fortune in our Ji family." Ji Huaishan's eyes swept over Ji Huaishan. Ji Hyotani said shamefully, "Father, you are right. Don't worry. I will definitely bring that girl back home and make her hand over that strange technique." "Bring back? How are you going to bring her back? Are you going to send someone to kidnap her?" "Humph," Ji Huaishan said angrily, "put away your dirty tricks. This is Anling City, not Yang City. Our Ji family can do whatever they want. If you make a mess, no one will clean it up for you. Besides, I don't know how that girl managed to hook up with the eldest young master of the Shui family. If something really happens, I can't guarantee that he'll stand up for her." Ji Xiaogu's expression changed slightly. "Father, are you saying that we can't do anything to that little girl?" Ji Huaishan leaned back in his chair. He thought for a while and said coldly, "I have many ways to deal with her. She is a traitor. She raised us, but in the end, she helped outsiders to slander our Ji family. She bears a grudge against our Ji family. This kind of evil cannot be left alive." Ji Huaishan's fingers knocked heavily on the armrest. Ji Hyotani raised his head in shock. "You know. So he only knows that the girl went to complain about the Ji family. Do you think that I know nothing about Yang City just because I am far away in Anling? I may be old, but I'm not deaf or blind. It's best if you put away your petty thoughts as soon as possible. Since you're a merchant, you should know your place and do your business. In the future, the Ji family's master can only be your eldest brother. The one who can bring glory to the Ji family can only be Xingxuan. Ji Xiaogu said in a low voice. Ji Hyotani panicked. He lowered his head and said, I know. I don't dare to think too much. Go and do your work. Yes, I will take my leave. After Aunt Chui left, Jing Chen came out of the room and looked at the closed door. He asked Yu Shu, was that your mother? He had heard concubine Chui's voice when she entered the room. He had thought that Yu Shu and her brother were dependent on each other, but he didn't think that their mother was still alive. Yu Shu did not hide this from him and explained, my brother and I lost our father when we were young. Our mother went to a rich family to be a concubine. Because I angered my stepfather, I was chased out of the house. That was why I came to the capital. That was our birth mother. This was the first time Jing Chen heard Yu Shu talk about her past. He did not expect it to be like this. He asked with concern, then why did she come today? Yu Xiaoxiu pouted, she came to ask us to go home. Jing Chen was surprised, go home. You are going back. No. Yu Shu reached out and patted Yu Xiaoxiu's shoulder. She smiled at Jing Chen, we are not going back. That place is not our home. Our surname is Yu, and their surname is Ji. We are not a family. Hearing this, Jing Chen's expression relaxed. Just now, when he heard that they were going to leave, he thought about where he should go. As a result, he found that he had nowhere to go. Yu Shu did not know Jing Chen's thoughts. She looked up at the sun and suddenly patted her forehead, urging Yu Xiaoxiu to hurry up. Xiu said, hurry up, pack up and we'll leave. Look at the time, Aunt Huai must be waiting anxiously. He said that he was going to see Zhao Hui today, but Aunt Chui suddenly came looking for him. Yu Shu and the Yu family. Xiu went out late. It was almost noon when he arrived at Pei Jing's residence. Zhao Hui had been waiting for them since early in the morning. She waited for the whole morning and didn't see their shadow. If it wasn't for Dr. He stopping her, she would have gone to Huixing Street to look for them. Yesterday, she didn't see Yu Xiaoxiu. Today, she saw him. Zhao Hui held the child in her arms for a long time, just like yesterday when she saw Yu Shu. She thanked the heavens and shed a few drops of tears. Pei Jing went out to work during the day and wasn't at home. Zhao Hui asked why Jing Chen didn't come and if she should go see him. Yu Shu gave Yu Xiaoxiu a look and made an excuse, Jing Chen is a cold person and doesn't like to interact with people. I can't force him to come. Aunt Huai, don't think too much. Dr. He, who was at the side, said, I heard that the people of Jianghu are usually solitary. Since he doesn't want to see us, it's not good for us to force him. Zhao Hui nodded. She pulled Yu Xiaoxiu's hand and said to Yu Shu, I still have a serious matter to discuss with you today. She looked at He Fangji and said, your Uncle Pei has to work in the capital. We won't have anyone to look after us in Yang. We're worried that the Ji family will be put in a difficult position. Dr. He has discussed with him and decided to open a small medical clinic in the capital. After everything has been arranged, we'll send someone to Yang to pick up Popo. We'll settle down in the capital. Yixiong has already arranged a place to live. After a few days of tidying up the residence, you and Xiaoxiu can move in and live with us. What do you think? Yu Xiaoxiu turned his head to look at Yu Shu and asked, if they want to live with Aunt Huai, what about Jing Dage? Yu Shu thought for a moment and honestly said to Zhao Hui, the two of us also want to live with Aunt Huai, but Jing Chen is still in the capital. It's not good to leave him behind and move out alone. Why don't we wait a little longer? Zhao Hui said, "What's wrong with that? There are enough rooms in that residence. Let young hero Jing come with us." She paused and earnestly said to Yu Shu, "No matter what, you two are not related. It's not appropriate for you to live with a man like this. People's words are a fearful thing. If you move in with me, this Changshuan, then it's a different matter." Yu Xiaoxiu rubbed his head and felt that what Zhao Hui said was reasonable. He then looked at Yu Shu with a thoughtful expression. "Doctor," he also tried to persuade them, "if you two move in together, your Aunt Hui will be able to rest in peace and nurture the fetus. Otherwise, she will always be thinking about you two from day to night. Her body will always be weak and she won't be able to eat or sleep well. I'm afraid that if she continues like this, it will be difficult for her to endure when her belly gets bigger. Big sister, how about we come and live with Aunt Hui?" Yu Men and Xiao were moved and also tried to persuade Yu Shu. Facing Zhao Hui's expectant expression, Yu Shu felt very embarrassed. It was fine if she and Xiao Xiu moved in with them, but the key was Jing Qin. He couldn't live with them. "Men. You. How about this? It's not good for me to make the decision alone. I'll go back today and ask Jing Qin if he's willing to come over." Chapter 225. In the evening, Yu Shu and Yu Xiaoxiu came back from Zhao Hui's place. They brought the food box that Zhao Hui asked people to prepare in advance. They went home to heat it up and had dinner with Jing Chen and the other two. At the dinner table, Yu Xiaoxiu secretly kicked Yu Shu's feet under the table several times. He wanted to talk about moving, but he was stepped on by Yu Shu. After dinner, Yu Xiaoxiu sent Yu Xiaoxiu to wash the dishes. Yu Shu went into the room and thought about moving. If they had to move, the three of them must move together. No matter what, she would not leave Jing Chen alone. At least before he regained his memory, she would always take care of him and would not leave his side. However, this way, Zhao Hui and Dr. He would inevitably be in trouble. There was only one yellow frost stone, and it could only protect one person. It wouldn't be a problem to give it to anyone. This was something she had verified in the past 2 days. When she wore the yellow frost stone on Yu Xiaoxiu's body, she would still trip when she went out, drop her knife when she was chopping vegetables, and suffer a lot of misfortune. "Sister, what are you thinking about?" After Yu Xiaoxiu finished washing the dishes, he entered the room and saw Yu Shu sitting by the window in a daze. He walked over, closed the window, and stretched out his hand to let Kim Bao jump onto his palm. Yu Shu turned her head and looked at him. It was said that this child was born in the first month of the year, and he would be 13 years old next year. He looked thin and small, but he was more sensible than some adults. He followed her from the south to the north, and he did not complain. She had a lot of chores, and sometimes she did not even take care of his meals. His clothes, shoes, and socks were all washed by a boy, which made her worry less. "Xiaoxiu, do you want to live with Aunt Hui?" Yu Xiaoxiu nodded. This child was very sensitive. He noticed that Yu Shu was in a dilemma, so he did not show his desire. He bowed his head and stroked the fluff on Kim Bao's body. "Sister, if it is not convenient, we cannot live together. Besides, there is still brother Jing. Aunt Chui was not reliable. She did not know how to love children." Yu Xiaoxiu received more warmth from her than from Zhao Hui. He did not say it, but in his heart, he regarded Zhao Hui as a family member. He longed to get care from Zhao Hui. Seeing Yu Xiaoxiu like this, Yu Shu's heart softened. She immediately made up her mind. "Then let's live together. I'll talk to big brother Jing later." Jing Chen was important, but she couldn't ignore Yu Xiaoxiu's feelings because of that. One had to know that she was first and foremost an elder sister. In fact, it was not impossible for them to live together. After leaving Yu Xiaoxiu in his room to read, Yu Shu went to Jing Chen's room and knocked on the door. Jing Chen was making his bed. When he heard Yushu's voice, he shook off the blanket and went to open the door. Xiaoyu, what's wrong? I have something to tell you. Yushu stood at the door and did not go in. Ever since Jing Chen found out that she was a girl, he had been keeping a distance from her. Even if she wanted to, he would not let her into his room in the middle of the night. Go ahead. Aunt Huai's family is going to stay in Jing City. She wants us to move in with them so that we can take care of each other. She also invited you to go with her. What do you think? Jing Chen fell silent for a moment. Is it inappropriate for me to follow you? Why not? Yushu denied. How is it inappropriate? We're living together anyway. We just moved to another place. Don't worry. Aunt Huai and her husband are very nice. You've also helped me save Aunt Huai's life. They're very grateful to you and asked me to invite you along. Jing Chen looked at Yushu, who was eager to explain herself. He vaguely felt that he had become her burden again. Although he did not want to cause her trouble, he could not refuse. All right, I'll go with you. That's great. Aunt Huai will be very happy when she finds out. You should rest early. I'm going back to my room to read. Yushu said happily. Yushu skipped away. When she reached the door of the house, she heard Jing Chen calling her from behind. Xiaoyu. Yushu turned around. What's up? Nothing. You should rest early too. You'll wake up early to practice your swordsmanship tomorrow. He actually wanted to ask her why she was so nice to him. Was her concern and care for him out of friendship or out of pity? On the 9th day of the 12th lunar month, Yushu did not go to the astrology department. Instead, she went to greet Zhao Hui. Pei Jing was very efficient. In the past 2 days, he had vacated the empty house. They could choose a day to move in. After discussing with Yushu, Zhao Hui decided that she and Dr. He would move in tomorrow. She asked Yushu to go home and pack her luggage first. Pei Jing would send a car to pick them up the day after tomorrow. Before leaving, Yushu took out an amulet from her bosom and hung it on Zhao Hui's body. She repeatedly reminded her to keep it well and never let it leave her body. This amulet was indeed the one with the yellow frost stone sewn on it. Yushu was not worried about the others. She could use the time of calamity to keep an eye on them. However, Zhao Hui was pregnant. She could not afford to make any mistakes. She could only let Jing Chen move in with the yellow frost stone. Didn't you give me one before? Why are you giving me another one? Zhao Hui rolled up her sleeves and showed Yushu the bead that she had tied to her when she left Yang City. Zhao Hui still remembered Zhao Hui's auspicious words, wishing her many blessings and longevity. Zhao Hui cherished it like a treasure and never let it leave her hand. She was afraid that she would break it. She even refused to wear the family bracelet on the same hand. This is different. Yushu stuffed the amulet into her arms and coaxed her. Aunt Huai, this belongs to someone else. Wear it first and keep it safe for me. You can give it back to me later. After coaxing Zhao Hui to put away the yellow frost stone, Yushu was relieved. She hitched a ride with Pei Jing and went home to pack her luggage. She had lived on Huixing Street for 3 months. Although there was not much in the house, when she really packed it up, there was a lot. Yushu Xiu heard that he could move in with Zhao Hui the day after tomorrow. He excitedly rummaged through the drawers and cabinets. Yushu found 2 sheets for autumn and asked him to wrap up all the clothes he wanted to take away. Then she went next door to help Jing Chen organize his clothes. Jing Chen didn't have many things. There were only 3 or 4 sets of clothes for autumn and winter, and 2 pairs of shoes. Yushu packed them for him quickly. Jing Chen couldn't help, so he tidied up the things on the desk, mainly some calligraphy and paintings. Yushu packed the 2 bags and stuffed them into the cabinet. She turned around and saw Jingchen standing by the bright window, holding a painting in his hand. He was lost in thought. She tiptoed over and tiptoed to take a look. She saw that the black and white figure in the painting was sitting on a chair and was 70% drunk. Her eyes lit up and she reached out to snatch it. "Hey, when did you draw this?" Jingchen was afraid that she would tear the painting, so he let go and gave it to her. "Once you came back drunk and asked me to draw it." When he mentioned it, Yushu remembered that day. Xia Mingming and she were drinking in a restaurant. When she came back drunk, she pestered Jingchen to draw a painting for her. Later, she got drunk and splashed ink on him. She scribbled on him and dirted his clothes. Thinking of this, Yushu was a little embarrassed. She stuffed the painting in her hand to him and pretended to be stupid. "Is there such a thing? I don't remember it." Jingchen smiled and didn't say anything. He rolled up the painting and wrapped it with a few layers of paper. He placed it in a corner of the bookcase. At this time, the courtyard door rang. Yushu ran to answer. She was afraid that the Ji family had come again. She didn't forget to ask who opened the door. "Who is it?" "It's my big brother Yu. You're home." When she heard the voice, Yushu's lips twitched. It was too late to pretend that no one was home. "Big brother Yu, open the door." "It's me." The knocking on the door didn't stop. Yushu had no choice but to open the door. She faked a smile at the little girl outside. "Fong Fong, are you here to visit your aunt?" Zhou Fong Fong was wearing a floral pomegranate-colored cotton-padded jacket. She held a basket in her hand and smiled sweetly at Yushu. "Yes. My mother asked me to thank Big Brother Jing for helping me write a letter to my uncle last time." Yushu said, "Oh." She remembered that it was Xiaoxiu who helped this little girl write a letter last time. How did it become Jing Chen's credit? Yushu blocked the door. She didn't want to let her in, but she couldn't stop Zhou Fongfong from squeezing in. Especially when she saw Jing Chen appear in front of the door, she used all her strength to push Yushu to the side. She was indeed the daughter of a butcher. She was strong. "Big brother Jing, is your hand better?" "My mother was sick a while ago. I was taking care of her at home and didn't have the chance to visit you. Don't be unhappy." Zhou Fongfong stood in front of Jing Chen. She raised her head and looked at the handsome Jing Chen with a blushing face. She didn't know if it was because of the east wind or because of the person in front of her. No. Jing Chen didn't think there was anything to be unhappy about. But to be cared for, he still asked politely, "How is your mother now?" Zhou Fongfong said, "She's fine. That's why she asked me to bring a gift. Here, my mother steamed these buns with pork filling. I'll give them to you to try. Big brother Yu, I'll use your kitchen to heat up the buns." She didn't wait for Yushu to reply and went into the kitchen. Not long after, she poked her head out and made a fuss. "Why is it so messy here? Things are everywhere." Yushu said to her, "We're planning to move. We're packing." The little girl was dumbfounded. "Move, move. You're moving." Seeing Yushu and Jing Chen nod at the same time, Zhou Fongfong immediately ran out of the kitchen and ran to the two of them. "Where are you moving? When are you leaving? Aren't you going to live here?" Jing Chen looked at Yushu and didn't know how to answer. Yushu coughed lightly. She wanted to take this opportunity to get rid of this little troublemaker. She didn't want to spend an hour calculating her misfortune every time she came back. So she lied, "We're leaving the capital and going back to our hometown. We're leaving the day after tomorrow." Zhou Fongfong let out an "ah" and was stunned for a long time. She looked at Jing Chen with a sad face and said, "Why are you leaving? Can't you stay?" Jing Chen didn't understand why Yushu lied to him, but he didn't expose her. He shook his head gently. This made Zhou Fangfang anxious. She stomped her feet and looked at Yu Shu and Jing Qin. Her face was red. Finally, she reached out and pulled Jing Chen's sleeve. She pushed him into the room. "Brother Bao, come in with me. I have something to say to you." Jing Chen didn't want to be pulled by a woman. He didn't resist and was pushed into the room behind him by Zhou Fangfang. Yu Shu didn't react in time. She watched the door close in front of her. Yu Xiaoxiu was disturbed by the noise outside. He poked his head in the central room and asked, "Sister, what's wrong?" Yu Shu snorted and waved at him. "It's nothing. Go and pack your things." Chapter 226. In the room, Zhou Fangfang stood in front of Jing Chen nervously. She twisted her fingers and lowered her red head. She did not dare to look at Jing Chen directly. She mustered up her courage and said, "Brother Jing, I like you." Hearing the young lady express her feelings, Jing Chen could not react for a moment. He had never had such an experience, so he did not know how to respond. His silence made Zhou Fangfang even more embarrassed and nervous. She sounded like she was about to cry. "I know that you don't like me. I don't even know how to read, and I'm not very beautiful. You must think that I'm very thick-skinned, but I really like you. I don't want you to leave. Brother Jing, can you not leave?" Faced with Zhou Fangfang's sudden tears, Jing Chen was at a loss of what to do. Outside the door, Yu Shu was also anxious. How could this ancient girl be more daring than modern girls? "Miss Zhou, you're a very good girl, but your kindness..." "I'm sorry, Jing Chen can't accept it." Even though he did not understand the relationship between a man and a woman, Jing Chen knew that he could not easily accept the girl's kindness. Zhou Fangfang suddenly sobbed, and then there was no more sound. After a moment of silence, she lifted her sleeve to wipe away her tears. She looked up at Jing Chen and asked with red eyes, "Will you come back after you leave? Does that mean I won't be able to see you again in the future?" Faced with Zhou Fangfang's questions, Jing Chen could not answer. The young lady's worries became empty. She only thought that this was the last time they would meet. She cried her heart out, took a step forward, and threw herself into Jing Chen's arms. She hugged him and choked with sobs. "Miss Zhou, don't be like this." Jing Chen helplessly raised his two hands. Being tightly hugged by her, he didn't know what to do. Yu Shu heard the noise from outside but could not see what was happening inside. She was worried that Jing Chen would be taken advantage of. She scratched her ears and cheeks and finally reached out to push the door. Zhou Fangfang did not close the door properly when she entered. Yu Shu pushed the door twice and it opened. She stumbled half a step forward and held on to the door frame to steady herself. When she looked up, she saw Zhou Fangfang hugging Jing Chen and crying on his chest. She felt a headache and went forward to pull them apart without thinking. Hey, what are you doing? What are you doing? Quickly let go of me." Jing Chen saw Yu Shu suddenly rush in and sighed in relief. He let Yu Shu pull Zhou Fangfang down from his body and pull her to the side. "Fangfang, don't cry." Yu Shu comforted Zhou Fangfang and gave Jing Chen a look, asking him to go out first. Jing Chen was smart for once and awkwardly left the room, leaving Yu Shu to comfort Zhou Fangfang. "Come, let's sit down first." Yu Shu brought Zhou Fangfang to the bed and sat down. She searched her body but couldn't find a handkerchief, so she used her sleeve to wipe her tears. Zhou Fangfang calmed down a little. She grabbed Yu Shu's sleeve and blew her nose hard. She hiccuped and said hoarsely, You dage." Yu Shu resisted the urge to wipe the snot on her sleeve onto Zhou Fangfang's face. She pretended to be gentle and said, "Ah, you dage is here." If you're unhappy, tell me. Don't cry anymore. If she cried anymore, it would attract Auntie Sue next door. That would be bad. Brother Jing, he doesn't like me. Zhou Fangfang was full of grievances and complained to Yu Shu after her first love's confession was rejected. Well, he doesn't like you because he doesn't have good taste. Yu Shu's flowery words worked at this time. She patted Zhou Fangfang's shoulder and coaxed, "Look, you're cute and beautiful. You can cook and do housework, and you're innocent and cute. It's hard to find such a good girl. Don't blame him for not liking you, but many people like you." Zhou Fangfang pouted, "But I like Brother Jing." Looking at the undisguised expression on her face, Yu Shu suddenly felt a little more admiration for the girl in front of her. To be able to express her feelings in front of the person she liked, regardless of morality or etiquette, just this courage alone was something that many people didn't have. After a moment of silence, Yu Shu asked, "What do you like about him?" Zhou Fangfang lowered her head and almost didn't think much about it before she listed a lot of good things about Jing Qin. Brother Jing is a good person, he has a good temper, his handwriting is good, and he's good-looking. Yu Shu had to admit all of these, so she couldn't refute it. She coughed and said, "Then you only know these good things about him. Do you know any bad things about him?" Zhou Fangfang tilted her head and said to her unhappily, "There's nothing bad about Brother Jing." "Of course there is, it's just that you don't know about it." Yu Shu put one leg on her knee and put on a look of a gossipy old woman. She stretched out her hand to count for her and said, "Your Brother Jing is lazy. He stays at home all day and doesn't want to do any work. He just stretches out his hand and opens his mouth to eat. He's not like me, who cooks and washes all day and does everything. Your Brother Jing is delicate and can't bear hardships. Last time, he even cut his hand chopping firewood. He's not like me, who has to go out to earn a living in the wind and rain. Your Brother Jing." Yu Shu spoke without thinking. On one hand, she smeared Jing Chen's name, and on the other hand, she didn't forget to put gold on her own face. She was trying to make Zhou Fangfang change her mind and not feel that she was despicable and shameless at all. Sure enough, under Yu Shu's bluff, Zhou Fangfang was more or less disillusioned. She forgot to cry and forgot to be sad. She asked her suspiciously, "Really? Brother Jing is usually like this?" Yu Shu clicked her tongue and said, "Really, more real than real gold. Why would I lie to you? Besides, your Brother Jing is a picky eater. He doesn't eat meat or fish. He can't smell meat. He's very difficult to serve, unlike me." Zhou Fangfang frowned and interrupted Yu Shu's words, "He doesn't eat meat?" Yu Shu shook her head with certainty, "He doesn't eat meat. He doesn't eat pork. Never." Zhou Fangfang's expression changed. No one knew what she thought of. She grabbed Yu Shu's sleeve and wiped her snot. Suddenly, she stood up and said to Yu Shu with a straight face, "Brother Yu, I'm going back." Yu Shu was stunned. Are you leaving now? Don't you want to stay for a while?" "No. Then I'll see you off." Yu Shu couldn't wait for her to leave. She stood up and saw her off. At the door of the house, Zhou Fangfang suddenly turned around and said to Yu Shu seriously, "My father is a butcher. How can he find a son-in-law who doesn't eat meat? Brother Jing and I are not destined to be together. Please help me tell him that I don't blame him." What the hell was this? She wasted half a day talking. If she had known earlier, she would have told her that Jing Chen doesn't eat meat. Jing Chen was standing in the yard. As soon as he heard the sound of the door opening, he turned his head and saw Yu Shu coming out behind Zhou Fangfang. His expression was a little strange, but fortunately, the little girl didn't cry anymore. "Brother Yu, I'm leaving. I wish you a safe journey. I won't see you off on the day you leave. I won't forget you." Zhou Fangfang glanced at Jing Qin for the last time and remembered this girl's feelings. Then she walked to the gate of the yard, opened the door and ran away. Jing Qin stammered. It's okay, Yu Shu waved her hand at Jing Qin. Fangfang is a sensible girl. She'll think it through slowly when she goes back. Jing Qin stammered. Don't worry. Yu Shu interrupted Jing Chen's words again and forced a smile. It's not your fault. When it comes to feelings, it's not just wishful thinking. Yu Shu scratched her head. Zhou Fangfang's bold confession today had touched her heart. Some words had been buried in her heart for a long time, and she could not hold them back anymore. However, the timing was not right. Jing Chen had not recovered his memory, and his future was uncertain. She did not want to be impulsive and lose her composure. I'll clean up the kitchen. You can go back to your room. Yu Shu said to Jing Chen as she walked past him. Just as she was about to pass him, he suddenly grabbed her sleeve and stopped her from entering the kitchen. Xiaoyu. Yu Shu turned around and looked at him absent-mindedly. A look of concern appeared on Jing Chen's handsome face as he said, Are you feeling unwell? You don't look well. Why don't you go back to your room and rest? If there's anything else, I'll do it. Yu Shu pursed her lips. The impulse that she had suppressed just now had resurfaced. She clenched her fists and released them. With a sigh, she suddenly raised her hand and pulled her sleeve back from Jing Chen's hand. Jing Chen, let's go for a walk. After saying that, he took the lead and walked out of the door. He didn't even look to see if Jing Chen was following him. He tucked his sleeves and walked forward. He walked out of the alley and onto the street. He seemed to be walking aimlessly, but in fact, he was walking towards a place with fewer people. Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu. Jing Chen called her a few times, but she did not respond. He had no choice but to follow her step by step. The two of them walked to a remote grove in the south of the city. Yu Shu stopped and leaned against a tree. She lowered her head and kicked a small stone under her feet. Seeing her like this, Jing Chen could not help but worry. Just as he was about to ask again, Yu Shu spoke first. Jing Chen, how do you think I treat you? Jing Chen was confused. You treat me very well. Yu Shu was not satisfied with this answer. Crossing her arms, she looked up at him and raised her eyebrows. How have I treated you well? Tell me in detail. Jing Chen thought for a moment before answering. You saved my life, took care of my injuries, took me on a journey, helped me recover my memory, cared for me, and took care of me. Isn't that good enough? There was already a smile in Yu Shu's eyes. Is there anything else? Go on. Although Jing Chen did not know why she asked these questions, he still cooperated and continued. You took me to the Taoist temple for sightseeing, found books for me to read, helped me find the whereabouts of the adversity-blocking stone, gave me the ancient sword, mended my clothes, brewed medicine, and often chatted with me. With every sentence he said, the corners of Yu Shu's mouth curled up a little. In the end, her eyes narrowed. Her back left the trunk and her body leaned forward slightly. Her slender index finger gently tapped on Jing Chen's chest. She raised her head. Her cheeks were rosy, but her eyes were bright. She looked straight into his eyes, and her tone was 70% serious and 30% coaxing. Chapter 227. I'm so nice to you. Do you like me? Under a withered tree in the forest, Jing Chen looked at Yu Shu. He always felt that she was more serious than ever. A gust of winter wind swept past, sweeping up the end of her voice and brushing past his ears. He blinked his eyes. He clearly heard what she said, but his mind was a little blank. He tried his best to figure out the meaning of her words. Seeing that he is in a daze at this time, Yushu raises her eyebrows discontentedly. She pokes his chest with her finger without any pretentiousness that a girl should have. I asked you a question. Did you hear me? Or you don't understand? Then I'll make it clearer. Didn't I let you read the biography of Louis a while ago? The like I said is the kind of love that Louis has for the Dongting dragon girl in the book. Do you understand? Jing Chen comes to his senses, and his white face suddenly blushes. He can still calm down when facing Zhou Fangfang's bold expression, but in the face of Yushu's straightforward question, he is completely at a loss. Seeing that he has not answered, Yushu is a little impatient. She laughs at him shamelessly. If you don't speak, I will take it that you like me. Xiaoyu. Jing Chen helplessly calls Yushu. His mind is a mess now. He has no clue at all. He can't tell whether he likes or not. Yushu is born cheeky. She is a little shy before she speaks, but after she speaks, she is unscrupulous. As early as that night when Jing Chen stopped the dagger for her with his bare hands and vowed to protect her, she was moved. She carefully considered the relationship between them and decided not to miss such a good man who is willing to die for her. Now that she was in ancient times, it was impossible for her to remain single. When a woman reached a certain age, she had to talk about marriage. Otherwise, it would be against the moral code. She had no intention of going against the entire feudal society. Since she had to find a man sooner or later, there was a ready-made one by her side. He was good-tempered and obedient. Why should she give up what was close at hand and seek what was far away? She originally wanted to wait a little longer, at least until Jing Chen remembered some things and recovered some of his memories before explaining it to him. However, Zhou Fangfang's confession today had touched Jing Chen's heart. Jing Chen was a simple-minded person. If she didn't explain it clearly, perhaps he wouldn't be enlightened even after 8 to 10 years. It was better to take advantage of the fact that he didn't have any memories, and that he didn't have the knot in his heart about the Fate Breaker and Ji Du Xing. On this point, Yushu was quite confident. Yushu admitted that it was a bit despicable of her to do so, but she had already made it clear to him. How could she return in failure? No matter what, she had to take him down today. She rolled her eyes and suddenly had a bad idea. She suddenly pulled a long face and said to Jing Chen, "What? Don't you like me?" Jing Chen shook his head subconsciously, obviously denying her words. However, Yushu deliberately misinterpreted his meaning. She reached out and pushed his chest. She said angrily, "Well, then I'm thinking too much. You forgot what I said just now. Just pretend that I didn't say it." After pushing him away, Yushu put on a hurt expression. She looked at Jing Chen and turned away. Seeing this, Jing Chen hurriedly pulled her hand. As soon as he touched her sleeve, she threw it away. "Didn't you say that men and women shouldn't touch each other? From now on, stay away from me." Xiaoyu. Seeing that she was really angry, Jing Chen anxiously grabbed her wrist and pulled her around to face him. "Don't be angry. It's not that I don't like you. It's just that I don't understand. Let me think about it, okay?" Jing Chen tried to coax her gently. "Xiaoyu, it's not that I don't like you. I just don't understand. Let me think about it, okay?" He could refuse Miss Zhou, but he couldn't easily say no to the person in front of him. Because he didn't want to make her unhappy, let alone make her sad. Yushu snorted discontentedly and put on airs. "What's there to think about? Either you like me or you don't like me." Jing Chen shook his head. "It's not that simple. I read in the book that Dragon Lady Lu Yi didn't communicate with each other from the beginning. Now he was smart." Yushu's eyes flashed. "Okay, then think about it. I'll count to 10. After 10 counts, you have to answer whether I like you or not." If you don't answer, from now on, I'll ignore you. Then, without waiting for Jing Chen to agree, she raised a hand in front of him and started counting. 1, 2, 3. Yu Shu was aggressive. Jing Chen had no way to deal with it. He could only concentrate on thinking about whether he had feelings for her like Dragon Lady Lu Yi. However, the more he thought about it, the more confused he became. As he listened to her counting, his expression became extremely serious. 8, 9. When she counted to the 9th count, Yu Shu suddenly paused. She smiled and put one hand on Jing Chen's shoulder. Without warning, she tiptoed and moved closer to his left cheek. 10. The soft breath that fell on his cheek stunned Jing Chen. When he realized what it was, his ears turned red in an instant. His mind couldn't help but be shaken. Yu Shu's heels fell back. She was a little shy at first, but when she saw Jing Chen's red ears, she burst out laughing. She raised her chin and winked at him proudly. I asked you a question. Are you angry that I molested you just now? Jing Chen didn't dare to look at her. He looked away and shook his head slightly. Then, are you happy? Jing Chen hesitated for a moment. Although he was uneasy, he still nodded. He could clearly tell whether he was happy or unhappy. Then, do you like it? Jing Chen was in a daze. Vaguely, he had an answer. He turned his head to look at Yu Shu, who was smiling slyly. His cheek, which had been kissed by her just now, was still burning. A thought suddenly appeared in his mind. He liked Xiaoyu. You like me. Yu Shu smiled confidently. This time, Jing Chen did not hesitate. He had an answer in his heart. His face turned red and he nodded seriously. Yes. Yu Shu's face was full of smiles. She enjoyed Jing Chen's shy look and giggled for a while. Then, she went along with the flow. It's good that you admit it. Remember, from now on, the two of us are no longer brothers. We should be boyfriend and girlfriend. Jing Chen was confused. Boyfriend and girlfriend. What's that? Yu Shu hesitated. She didn't know how to explain it to him. It was a term that would be used 500 years later. So, she made up a story. In other words, between a man and a woman, there is a relationship before they get married. Once this relationship is established, they must be devoted to each other. In other words, you can only have me as your girlfriend, and I only have you as my boyfriend. Jing Chen nodded as if he understood. Also, after becoming a boyfriend and girlfriend, you must be honest with each other. You must care for each other and respect each other. Yu Shu took the opportunity to instill some other knowledge into his mind. She did not hesitate to sign her name on Jing Chen's blank piece of paper. She did it quickly and steadily. The two of them came out for a long time and stood in the forest for almost an hour. Jing Chen was fine, but in this winter, Yu Shu sneezed twice after taking in a few mouthfuls of cold wind. Let's go back. It was only then that Jing Chen noticed that Yu Shu was only wearing a cotton-padded shirt. She didn't even put on a small jacket. However, he didn't wear much either. He couldn't take it off for her. Yu Shu rubbed her nose. Her fingers were cold and uncomfortable. She looked up and down at Jing Chen. Then, she consciously held his hand. Sure enough, martial artists' bodies were warm. Jing Chen's arm stiffened when she held his hand, but he didn't let go of her. Thinking about the fact that they were boyfriend and girlfriend just now, his heart skipped a beat. He slowly retracted his hand and held her cold hand. Let's go. Yu Shu and Jing Chen didn't go home hand in hand. A man and a woman holding hands on the street would be criticized by others. But two men holding hands on the street would be shocking. They let go of each other when there were more people on the street. When they got home, Yu Xiaoxiu wondered what they were doing. he asked Yushu. She rolled her eyes and said, children shouldn't worry about adults. Yushu didn't intend to hide her relationship with Jingchen from Yu Xiaoxiu. But she also didn't intend to tell him seriously. Go in and warm yourself. I'll boil some water for you to make ginger tea. Jingchen asked Yushu to go back to her room. He lowered his head and went into the kitchen. He just changed his relationship with Yushu and realized that there were some differences between them. Facing Yu Xiaoxiu again, he was a little embarrassed. Yushu pulled Yu Xiaoxiu into the house and ordered him to light the stove. She took off her shoes and got under the quilt. From time to time, she hugged the quilt and rolled around. Yu Xiaoxiu squatted by the stove to light the charcoal. Kim Bao squatted by his feet and wagged his tail. One man and one mouse looked at Yushu in a daze. Sister, what are you laughing at? I'm happy. Can't I smile? Then why are you happy? I'm not telling you. Yu Xiaoxiu was a little depressed. He raised his head and asked, what's wrong with Miss Zhou? I saw her crying when she left. Yushu's expression changed. She stopped smiling and turned her head. She heard that we are moving, so she must be sad. Yushu felt a little guilty towards Zhou Fangfang. Whether it was lying to her that they were going to leave the capital or that she took down Jingchen today, she felt guilty, but it wasn't to the extent that her conscience would be disturbed and it wouldn't affect her mood. She was an experienced person. She knew that Zhou Fangfang's feelings for Jingchen were just a young girl's infatuation. It couldn't be said that she really liked him. After all, they had only known each other for a few days. How deep their feelings could be. It was a good thing for her to give up as soon as possible. Yu Xiaoxiu didn't know the inside story. He said with disdain towards Zhou Fangfang's crying, girls are troublesome. They cry all day long. They are all water bags. Yu Xiaoxiu, who are you scolding? Don't forget that I'm also a girl. Yushu reprimanded in a bad mood. Yu Xiaoxiu said stubbornly, how can there be a girl like you? You're fierce all day long. You don't even care about your appearance. You don't even know how to wear a skirt. If you continue like this, you might not be able to get married in the future. You'll be an old woman for the rest of your life. Hearing his sharp tongue, which she hadn't seen for a long time, Yushu was angry and amused. She bent down to pick up a shoe from the foot of the bed and threw it at him, brat. Yu Xiaoxiu dodged sideways, and Jin Bao climbed up his trouser leg with a squeak. Yu Xiaoxiu made a face at Yushu, and before her next shoe flew over, he ran out. Old woman, old woman. Yushu threw the shoe away and turned around to lie on the bed. She covered her forehead with one hand and smiled. She whispered, I won't be an old woman. Chapter 228. After the first astrology exam, Yushu went to the human training hall the next day to ask around. As expected, this exam was a unique question. It was the 3-star omen that Yunhua Eez had solved 20 years ago. Yushu was relieved. She was waiting to see the Ji family make a fool of themselves. The Celestial Commissioner would also have a headache. With so many correct answers, how would they rank the papers? A dozen of them would be ranked first. Thinking of that scene, Yushu was overjoyed. The next exam was physiognomy. Yushu did not need to take the exam. She went home early to pack her luggage and waited for Pei Jing to send someone to pick them up to move. On the 11th day of the 12th lunar month, Yushu brought Jing Qin and Yu Xiaoxiu away from Huixing Street. They arrived at Zhao Hui and her husband's residence in the city. It was a house with 2 entrances and 2 doors. The horse carriage stopped. Pei Jing and He Fangji were waiting outside the door. When they saw Yushu and Yu Xiaoxiu get off the carriage, they knew it was the friend Yushu had been talking about. Pei Jing had a good eye and knew how to read people. Otherwise, he would not have taken a fancy to Yu Shu and taken her as his apprentice. He looked at Jing Qin. His forehead was full and his expression was clear. He knew he was a righteous person. He immediately had a good impression of him. Yu Shu introduced Pei Jing and he to Jing Qin. Jing Qin cupped his hands and bowed. Mr. Pei, Dr. He. You must be young hero Jing. I've heard of your name for a long time. Now that I've met you, you are indeed handsome. Come, please come in. Pei Jing invited them in. He and Zhao Hui were sworn siblings. He was also He Fangji's elder brother. Although he was not in front of the house, he could be considered as half a master. He Fangji directed 2 porters to help Yu Shu carry their luggage. Yu Shu left Yu Xiaoxiu at the door and accompanied Jing Qin into the courtyard. Zhao Hui, who was pregnant, was waiting in the front hall. When she heard the footsteps at the door, she asked the servant girls to help her up and watched as they entered the room one after another. Her eyes immediately fell on Jing Qin, who was standing tall and straight. She sized him up and couldn't help but sigh in her heart. What a handsome young man. Aunt Hui, this is Jing Qin. Yu Shu introduced them and helped Zhao Hui to sit on a chair. Zhao Hui looked at Jing Qin gratefully. Young hero Jing. I heard from Xiao Yu. Thank you for your help when I was critically ill. Xiao Yu has been taking care of me on the way to the capital. Now that we've reunited, you can rest assured and stay here. Treat this place as your home. If you need anything, just tell me, okay? Thank you, Madam He. Jing Qin was not good at interacting with people. He kept his words short. Coupled with his cold temperament, he gave people the impression that he was not easy to get close to. Zhao Hui remembered that Yu Shu said he was unsociable. She didn't take it seriously. She still smiled. Then I'll take you to the backyard. I've arranged the rooms. If you're not satisfied, you can change. They moved to the backyard. Although the house was not spacious, there were many rooms. There were courtyards on the east and west sides. Jing Qin was arranged to live in the west wing. Yu Shu and Yu Xiaoxiu were arranged to live in the east wing. Zhao Hui and her husband lived in 2 rooms in the north. In the front yard, there were rooms for maids and doormen. After looking at the rooms, there was nothing to be dissatisfied with. Yu Shu knew that Zhao Hui deliberately separated her from Jing Qin. Jing Qin didn't have any objections. It was Yu Xiaoxiu who had objections. Whether in the Ji family or in Huixing Street, he and Yu Shu always slept in the same room. At night, they could hear each other snoring. They were so close to each other, but suddenly there was a wall between them, which made him feel reluctant. Zhao Hui persuaded, I heard from your sister that you'll be 13 after the new year. You'll be a man. How can you sleep in the same room with your sister? Aren't you afraid of being laughed at? Listen to Aunt Hui. We live next door. It's not far. We see each other every day. Are you afraid of losing your sister? Yu Xiaoxiu was shy. After being criticized, he didn't ask to live with Yu Shu anymore. Yu Shu was happy to see Zhao Hui preaching to him and didn't interrupt. Although Yu Xiaoxiu listened to her, he would talk back occasionally. Sometimes, his words could make her angry. But he didn't do that to Zhao Hui. The room was cleaned and the bedding was ready-made. They just put their luggage in the room and then officially moved in. The house on Huixing Street was empty. She didn't contact the seller and didn't plan on selling it. She wanted to leave a way out for herself. If something happened in the future, she would at least have a place to stay. Because Yu Shu still had to prepare for her exams, Pei Jing didn't want to take up too much of her time, so he didn't have a banquet. At noon, everyone ate a simple meal together at the new residence. Then, he and Dr. He went out to prepare for the opening of the medical center. Yu Shu heard that Pei Jing had a part in this. When the medical center opened, he would have 30% of the shares. Yu Shu knew Pei Jing's personality and didn't think that he would covet benefits from Dr. He and his wife. As expected, Zhao Hui explained, "It's not easy to do anything in the capital. Your Uncle Pei said that when the medical center opens, we can use his name to hang it under the name of the Taihing Chamber of Commerce. At that time, it will be cheaper to buy medicine than outside and the higher-ups will take care of us." Yu Shu nodded. "Aunt Huai, do you have enough money? I have 1,000 taels of silver to spare. If it's not enough, you can use it first." She was talking about the hush money that the Xia Jiang family had given her. It was still in storage and hadn't used much. Zhao Hui was shocked. "Where did you get that much money?" "Naturally, I earned it." Yu Shu thought of it as a debt to repay her for saving Xia Mingming. When she thought of Xia Mingming, she was a bit distracted. She didn't know if she was doing well or if she had returned to Jiangnan. Zhao Hui didn't want Yu Shu's money. "Don't worry, there's enough money. I asked for the Dou family's property and sold most of it. In addition to the 500 taels you left behind before you left, it's more than enough to open a medical center." Zhao Hui told her to put the money away and went to the back room to find a metal money box for her to store. Kim Bao had been sleeping in Yu Xiaoxiu's pocket. Yu Shu was afraid that it would scare Zhao Hui, so she didn't let it show its head. However, when the little guy woke up, it was hungry and started to squeak. Zhao Hui heard it and asked them suspiciously, "Why do I hear the sound of a mouse?" "Do you hear it?" Yu Xiaoxiu looked at Yu Shu. Yu Shu thought for a moment and decided to give Zhao Hui a heads up first, in case Kim Bao ran around the room and scared her. "Aunt Huai, it's not a mouse. It's a little thing that Xiaoxiu and I raised. It looks like a mouse." Yu Shu prepared Zhao Hui's mind before she reached out and asked for Kim Bao from Yu Xiaoxiu. She held it out for Zhao Hui to see. She combed Kim Bao's soft back hair with her fingers and let it lie obediently on her palm. "Ah! Isn't this a mouse?" Zhao Hui pointed at Kim Bao, who was licking its paws in Yu Shu's hand in surprise. "It's not a mouse," Yu Xiaoxiu defended Kim Bao. "Its name is Kim Bao. Kim Bao is much cleaner than a mouse. My sister and I give it a bath every 2 or 3 days. It followed us from Yang to the capital. It's good and obedient." Kim Bao didn't know if it heard that Yu Xiaoxiu was praising it. The tip of its ears twitched alertly, and it stood up from Yu Shu's palm. Its 2 little paws were crossed in front of its chest, and a pair of black eyes looked at Zhao Hui. The dark circles under its eyes made it look silly. Zhao Hui giggled and looked at it with interest. She wasn't afraid. Instead, she asked Yu Xiaoxiu what it usually ate, where it slept, and other questions. Obviously, she had accepted such a little guy living in their house. Yu Shu chatted with Zhao Hui for a while. Seeing that she was tired, she let her go back to bed to rest. She took Yu Xiaoxiu back to the room to tidy up its clothes and find some food for Kim Bao. When they went out to the yard, she didn't forget to poke Kim Bao's head and point to Zhao Hui's room to warn it, "Don't run over there, and don't climb onto the bed in that room." "Do you hear me?" Kim Bao chirped twice. It wasn't clear if it understood, or if it was annoyed by Yu Shu. Yu Shu experienced the first advantage of living with Zhao Hui that night. When it was time to eat, she didn't need to light the fire or cook the stove. Someone had prepared the food in advance and called her to eat. Jing Chen was a male guest. He Fengji was not at home, so it was inconvenient for him to sit at the same table with them. Zhao Hui asked the manservant to send the food to his room. After the meal, Yu Shu asked Yu Xiaoxiu to stay with Zhao Hui and talk to her. She went out of the dining room and went to the west wing. There were several rooms in the yard, and the layout was similar. Each house had 2 rooms, a small living room and a side bedroom. There was a thick cotton curtain hanging at the door to keep out the wind and cold. Yushu entered the room. Jing Chen just put down the bowl. There were 3 dishes and 1 soup on the table. They were all vegetarian dishes that Yushu had specially told Zhao Hui. "Are you done eating?" "Yes." Yushu walked around the room and touched a painting on the wall. She turned her head to Jing Chen and said, "When Doctor He comes back, I'll ask him to examine your body. Is that okay?" Jing Chen said, "Haven't I already recovered?" Yushu shook her head and said, "I'm not talking about the injuries on your body, but you've lost your memory for so long. There must be something wrong with you, that's why you're not feeling well." Dr. He has 3 generations of medical practitioners. His medical skills are excellent. Other doctors might not be able to see the problem, but maybe he can. It was because she was chatting with Zhao Hui today that she suddenly had the idea to ask He Fangji to treat Jing Chen. Originally, Yushu did not want too many people to know about Jing Chen's memory loss. However, if she could help him recover his memory, it would not be a big deal to keep it a secret. Back when Zhao Hui's head was bleeding profusely and she was pulled back from the gates of hell by He Fangji, Yushu realized that Dr. He was not an ordinary doctor. Jing Chen's memory loss could be considered a problem with his head. Coincidentally, He Fangji was an expert in this field. Regardless of whether it was useful or not, she felt that Dr. He should give Jing Chen a good checkup. When Jing Chen heard that there was hope for his memory loss, he was overjoyed. It would be best if it could be cured. As time went by, Jing Chen's desire to recover his memory grew stronger. He wanted to know where he came from, who he was being persecuted, and who he was. He also wanted to remember who he was, and how he met Xiaoyu. Seeing how happy he was, Yushu could not help but pour cold water on him. "That's good, but aren't you afraid that you'll remember some unpleasant things after you remember them? That'll make you even more distressed." Jing Chen's gaze shifted slightly. He raised his head to look at her and smiled. "No matter what, I want to remember." Chapter 229. He Fangji came back very late that day. Yushu waited in Zhao Hui's room until the sky turned dark. She first told Zhao Hui about Jing Lu's accidental amnesia, but did not tell her about the details of him being severely injured and almost dying in the river. Even so, it made Zhao Hui sigh endlessly. Dr. He came back from outside and heard Zhao Hui's story. He immediately agreed to diagnose Jing Chen. Because it was late at night, it was inconvenient to do so, so the matter was postponed to the next morning. Yushu thanked him in advance and returned to her room. She was not in the mood to sleep, so she burned the lamp and studied at night. The next subject would be the strange arts, and she did not know what kind of unconventional questions she would encounter. For the past half a month, she had studied the laws of time of calamity, the prediction of rain and clear weather, the 8 gates of life and death, the miscellaneous knowledge of feng shui, the art of star-gazing, and the art of 6 lines. She had organized all these easy to learn in detail, striving to put them to use. Yushu was used to waking up early in the morning. The next day, when it was just dawn, she got up and folded her quilt. There was water in the basin that was prepared last night. She left it there overnight. In this cold winter, when it was splashed on her face, she immediately woke up. Early in the morning, the courtyard was empty. Zhao Hui and Yu Xiaoxiu's doors were closed. There was only a rough servant squatting outside the main room, using a small shovel to wipe away the frost that had formed last night on the stairs. This was what He Fangji had instructed him to do, to prevent Zhao Hui from slipping when she went out. Yushu walked to the small courtyard in the west wing. At the entrance of the courtyard, she could hear the sound of Jing Chen practicing his sword. She walked to the door and stopped in her tracks, admiring the posture of Jing Chen's sword. Jing Chen sensed that Yu Shu was watching from the side. After the white snake's spitting tongue, he retracted his sword and turned his wrist behind his back. He looked back at her, his clear eyes shining with the light of dawn. He said, "Have you forgotten the move I taught you yesterday?" With a smile on her face, Yu Shu tiptoed to break a branch on the side of the road. She walked forward and stood up straight. She took a deep breath and pointed the branch in front of her. She took a big step forward and drew a circle with the branch in her hand. She made a serious gesture and stopped at the swing of the tail. She turned her head and raised her eyebrows at Jing Chen. She looked very proud of herself. Although she did not use enough strength, she did learn it well. "Not bad," Jing Chen praised her generously. He held the hilt of the sword in his hand and held it gently at her elbow. "Raise your arm a little higher, and don't look away from the sword." After correcting her 2 details, Jing Chen had Yu Shu demonstrate it a few more times. Satisfied, he said, "You can learn the next move now. You won't learn anything new today. Go back to the room and wash your face. When Dr. He wakes up later, let him treat you." Yu Shu casually threw the branch down the wall and pushed him into the room to wash his face. After He Fangji got up, she found Jing Chen's courtyard. She first asked about Jing Chen's symptoms before she took his pulse. Then she gestured for him to stick out his tongue and opened his eyes to check. "How is it?" Yu Shu stood to the side. Seeing Dr. He shake his head repeatedly, she couldn't help but worry. Young hero Jing's pulse is stable. There's nothing wrong with it. But this amnesia is clearly a sign of a body injury. It's strange that the arteries and veins are blocked. He Fangji was also very puzzled. After thinking for a moment, she said to Jing Chen, "If you offend young hero Jing, may I examine your head?" Jing Chen nodded. "Go ahead." He Fangji had Jing Chen move to a brightly lit place in front of the window to sit down. She went around to Jing Chen's back and first felt a few acupuncture points on the top of his head. Finally, she untied his hair and reached into his scalp to carefully press inch by inch. In the time it took to drink a cup of tea, Yu Shu waited anxiously. Suddenly, she heard He Fangji click his tongue. She had Jing Chen lower his head to look at the back of his neck. With one look, his expression changed. "Dr. He. Xiaoyu, come look." He Fangji gestured for Yu Shu to come over. She brushed aside the hair on the back of Jing Chen's neck and pointed at an area below his occipital bone. With a serious expression, she said, "Feel it." A doctor had the heart of a parent. There was no taboo. Yu Shu touched it. At first, she didn't find anything strange. It was Dr. He who reminded her, "This is the Yamen acupuncture point. The main symptom is to disperse sound. Under normal circumstances, it should be concave inwards. But young hero Jing's acupuncture point is protruding outwards." Yu Shu didn't understand. She asked worriedly, "What's wrong with this?" He Fangji said, "The Yamen is injured and the yang heat doesn't disperse. If it's light, it will cause headaches and vomiting. If it's serious, it can cause aphasia." Jing Chen and Yu Shu were stunned at the same time. The latter hurriedly said to He Fangji, "That's right." Jing Chen couldn't speak for a period of time. Could it be that he was injured here? He Fangji nodded. Then, he guessed, young hero Jing can speak now, but this Yamen acupuncture point is still acting strangely. It's very strange. In addition to young hero Jing's amnesia, I'm guessing, seeing that he wanted to say something but stopped, Yu Shu asked, "What are you guessing?" He Fangji looked at her. He reached out and pressed the back of Jing Chen's neck a few times. He said to Yu Shu, "I'm just guessing. Whether it's true or not, we still need to examine it carefully. Xiaoyu, go out first. I want to help young hero Jing take a look." Maybe there's something wrong with his body. Yushu actually didn't have much hope. She had the idea of trying everything in a desperate situation. Seeing that He Fangji had discovered something, she couldn't help but be surprised and happy. She nodded and patted Jing Chen's shoulder. I'll go out first. Doctor, he will take a look at you. Okay. Yushu went outside to wait. Zhao Hui sent a maidservant to the West Wing to ask about the situation. Yushu was afraid that Zhao Hui would come back again, so she sent the maidservant back to report that the diagnosis was not clear. After waiting for a long time, the sun rose from the east. Yushu finally heard He Fangji call her name from the room. She quickly lifted the curtain and went in. She saw Jing Chen sitting at the table with his hair down. Doctor, he was wiping his hands with a towel. A box of silver needles was opened on the table. Jing Jian frowned. He didn't even notice Yushu coming in. He Fangji waved his hand and called Yushu to the side. He whispered to her with a complicated expression, after my examination, young hero Jing's body has signs of having silver needles buried in his acupuncture points. Therefore, although his pulse is normal, there's a problem that cannot be solved. Yushu's heart tightened. She knew it was not a good thing when she listened to him. What are silver needles buried in acupuncture points? He Fangji's face was filled with disgust. Silver needles buried in acupuncture points are originally used to treat illnesses. However, some evil people in Jianghu use it to harm people's lives. Young hero Jing's yamen and sinew acupuncture points each have a short needle buried in them. That's why the acupuncture points are suddenly swollen. I think the reason why he lost his memory is because of this. After saying that, he looked at Yushu's bewildered expression and asked in a low voice, Xiao Yu, did young hero Jing offend someone outside? Yushu was stunned. She smiled bitterly at He Fangji and said, to be honest, I'm not sure either. However, Jing Chen is a gentle person. He's not a troublemaker. If you're worried, I'll move out with him tomorrow, so as not to cause trouble for you and Aunt Hui. He Fangji looked displeased. What are you talking about? If your Aunt Hui knew about this, she would not let me off. I'm just worried about your safety. Don't let your imagination run wild. Just stay here peacefully. This is under the rule of the emperor. No one in Jianghu dares to be presumptuous. Yushu smiled gratefully and said with concern, from what you said, you must have seen someone use silver needles to harm people. Can you cure them? He Fangji pondered and said, when I was young, I practiced medicine outside. I was once kidnapped by people in Jianghu to save a patient. I spent some time in a mixed place. Although it's rare to use silver needles to harm people, it's not impossible to cure them. It's just that there are some risks. What risks? It's not easy to remove the needles from the yamen acupoint. I might lose my voice again. It was not He Fangji who spoke, but Jing Chen. Yushu's eyelids twitched. She looked at Jing Chen and heard He Fangji sighing. I'm only 50% sure. Even if the needles are removed successfully, he might not recover. The worst-case scenario is losing his voice again. Hearing this, Yushu was silent for a moment. She walked in front of Jing Chen and lowered her head to ask, then what do you think? Do you want to remove it or not? Jing Chen hesitated. He had lost his voice before. He knew the pain of losing his voice. Now, there were two paths in front of him. Neither of them was optimistic. It was difficult to choose. He wanted to recover his memory. However, he was afraid of losing his voice again. He looked up at Yushu with a blank expression. Xiaoyu, do you think I should give it a try? Yushu opened her mouth, but she couldn't find any light words to say. Normally, he shouldn't make a decision for her, but seeing the struggle in his eyes, she couldn't say it out loud and let him choose for himself. Instead, she pretended to smile lightly and said in a firm tone, "I think you should give it a try." In fact, to be safe, she should persuade him not to give it a try. If something went wrong, she would not be able to bear the responsibility. However, she could see his desire to recover his memory. The reason why he hesitated was because he was not convincing enough. If this was what he needed now, why not give it to him? As expected, after listening to Yu Shu's suggestion, the confusion in Jing Chen's eyes quickly disappeared. "Do you think so too?" Seeing that Yu Shu nodded, Jing Chen immediately stood up and cupped his hands towards He Fangji. "Thank you for your trouble, Dr. He. I am willing to give it a try." He Fangji originally wanted to persuade Jing Chen not to give it a try. However, when she saw that he had made up his mind, she did not say much. She sighed and said, "Then let me prepare for 2 days. I will take the needles for young hero." Although they were just 2 small needles, it was not easy to take them out. They had to prepare tools and medicinal herbs in advance. Furthermore, they had to find a sunny and warm day to avoid the wind and yin. He Fangji happened to be going out today to look at the shops and buy medicinal herbs. Yu Shu believed that she was good at feng shui, so when she heard about this, she went with them. Pei Jing and He Fangji had their eyes on 3 shops. They were all in the east of the city. They had not made a decision yet. Today, they were going to ask a feng shui master to pick them. It just so happened that He Fangji had brought Yu Shu. When the 2 saw that she was so confident, they did not invite anyone else. Yu Shu followed them to the 3 shops. She explained the pros and cons of the 3 feng shui shops. She wanted to show off her skills so that Pei He and He Fangji, who were skeptical of her, would believe her. In the end, they chose one of them. It was a shop with a small courtyard for drying medicinal herbs. In Yu Shu's words, although this shop would not bring wealth and treasures, it would have the good fortune of maintaining harmony. It was suitable to open a medical center. When the time came, they only needed to add decorations and make up for the 5 elements. There was no need to move the ground. Seeing that Yu Shu was so thoughtful, Pei Jing could not help but praise, "Xiao Yu, your skills are getting better and better. It just so happens that I have 2 shops. After your Dian examination, help me look at them." "That's no problem," Yu Shu said with a smile. "If Uncle Pei and He Fangji believe in me, when you open for business, I will also choose an auspicious day and time. I guarantee that this medical center will have good weather." Good. Then it's settled. I won't invite a master anymore. I'll leave it all to you." He Fangji immediately signed the deed and bought the shop. Pei Jing went to the yamen to transfer the ownership. Chapter 230. After dinner, Yu Shu was sitting in the room calculating for He Fangji and Pei Jing. When she heard the sound of curtains moving, she didn't turn around and asked, "Xiao Xiu?" Yu Xiaoxiu walked in with Kim Bao in his arms. He sat down on a stool on the other side of the desk and asked, "Sister, are you done?" "No." Yu Shu wrote the numbers on a piece of paper and put down the pen. She turned to Yu Xiaoxiu and asked, "What's wrong?" "It's nothing." As soon as Yu Xiaoxiu let go, Kim Bao ran along the table to the lampstand and lay down. Unlike other mice, it liked to stay in bright places. "If you have something to say, just say it. The day after tomorrow is Hu Tian'er's birthday. He invited me to his house for a banquet. I want to prepare a gift for him." Yu Xiaoxiu said awkwardly. "Oh, I thought it was something important." "Wait a moment." Yu Shu smiled knowingly. She had heard Yu Xiaoxiu mention Hu Tian'er several times. Once, Yu Xiaoxiu was almost shot by that child with an arrow. In the end, Yu Xiaoxiu didn't do anything, but the child was scared half to death. Later, the 2 of them played together. She got up and took out the money pouch from her clothes. She rummaged through it and took out a 10-tael note and gave it to him. Do you need it? Yu Xiaoxiu took it and looked at it. He pushed it back to her and said, it's too much. Just give me 1 tael of silver. Yu Shu didn't take it. She waved her hand and said, what can you buy with 1 tael of silver? Take it. In fact, she knew that Hu Tian's family was a government official. Although a child's birthday was like a family banquet, if the gift was too shabby, people would look down on Yu Xiaoxiu. She didn't want Yu Xiaoxiu to be a spendthrift, but she also didn't want him to be unable to lift his head. Moreover, she was rich now. There was no reason not to give money to her child. Yu Xiaoxiu blushed and said, then I'll take it back if I don't use it all. This child was used to being poor and had never held a large amount of money in his hands. One must know that in the past, when he was in the Ji family, concubine Chui would even secretly give him a jiao. 10 taels of silver was a huge sum. Yu Shu touched his head and said, why did you take it back? If you can't use it, keep it as pocket money. Sometimes, you can treat your classmates with snacks and sugar cakes. Don't always eat others. Yu Xiaoxiu was dissatisfied and said, I don't eat others. Every time they go out to play after school, I go home early. After saying that, he saw the mischievous smile on Yu Shu's face. He scratched his head in embarrassment and didn't know where to put his hands and feet. He wanted to grab Kim Bao, but it turned over and dodged him. He suddenly said, oh yes, Brother Shui has been away for a long time. I don't know if he has come back. He promised to take me to ride horses, but I haven't seen him after the holidays in the academy. Yu Shu smiled and sat back at the desk as if nothing had happened. She picked up the brush and said, maybe he was delayed on the road. Yu Xiaoxiu said suspiciously, sister, we have moved. Do you think Brother Shui has come back? He didn't come to see us. Why not? Doesn't he know where you study? If he can't find you at home, he will go to the academy to find you. Well, I have something to do. Go back to your room and sleep early. Oh. Yu Xiaoxiu put the money in his pocket and grabbed Kim Bao and took him away. After the sound of the door, Yu Shu was left alone in the room. She looked down at the messy numbers on the paper and frowned. She crumpled the paper into a ball and threw it to the side. She picked up a clean piece of paper and wrote down the 4 pillars and 8 trigrams that she had memorized by heart. She used the law of calamity to write down the numbers and whispered, don't tell me she's really in trouble. At breakfast, Yu Shu yawned again and again. Zhao Hui put food in her bowl and asked with concern, are you not used to the bed and didn't have a good rest? No, I slept late. Yu Shu shook her head and yawned again. It was true that she didn't have a good rest last night, but not because of the bed. It was because of someone. She did not know what was wrong with her. In one breath, she calculated Shui Rui's time of misfortune to 3 months later. For fear of missing anything, she calculated it twice in a row, which was equivalent to doing 180 complex mathematics questions. In the end, nothing happened to Shui Rui until dawn. Uncle Shui had a good life, he did not even suffer from a minor illness in the past 3 months. This really made her, an unlucky person who fell down every 3 days and lost money every 2 days, envious. Zhao Hui was worried about her and insisted that he Fangji take Yu Shu's pulse after breakfast. Zhao Hui thought that the kitchen would make her a tonic soup later and give Yu Shu an extra portion. The sky was cloudy today, and it was unfavorable for blood to be shed. Yu Shu calculated the weather for the next few days, and together with Yi Fangji, they set the day to remove Jing Chen's needles for tomorrow. It was a sunny day, and there were no signs of rain or snow for the next 3 days. Yi Fangji and Yu Xiaoxiu went out together. One went shopping with the servants, and the other went to school. Zhao Hui didn't let Yu Shu accompany her. She urged her to go back to her room to read because she knew that she had an exam on the 15th of this month. Yushu stayed in the room alone for a while. Then, she carried a few abacuses and tools to the opposite courtyard to look for Jingqin. Jingqin was wiping his sword in the living room. He treasured the rusty sword that Yushu gave him very much. Even though it was rusty, he still carefully wiped it with a dry cloth after using it every day. Yushu didn't knock on the door when she came in. She sat directly opposite him with the things in her arms and smiled at him. She arranged the tools and began to do her work. Although Jingqin felt strange why she came to his room to read, he didn't ask much. He was worried that he would disturb her if he sat beside her. He took the sword and was about to go back to the room to wipe it. As soon as he turned around, he heard Yushu ask, "Where are you going?" Jingqin turned back, "I'm going inside." "What are you going to do inside?" Yushu moved the compass with one hand and pointed to the opposite side with the other. "Sit here." Jingqin asked, "Won't I disturb you?" Yushu was amused. She looked up and grinned at him. "Why do you think I came to your room to study?" "It's because I want to spend more time with you. We are boyfriend and girlfriend now. It's different from the past. We should spend more time together. Sit together." Hearing this, Jingqin didn't know why, but he was happy. He took the sword and sat back at the table. He glanced at her and lowered his head to continue wiping the sword. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Seeing him sit down, Yushu returned her attention to the compass in her hand and continued to calculate her 8 gates of incarnation. After a while, she felt thirsty. She reached out to pour some tea. She picked up the teapot and shook it. It was empty. "Do you want some tea?" Jingqin asked. "Yes. I'll go and refill the tea. You sit here." Jingqin took the teapot and went out. Yushu didn't stand on ceremony and continued with her work. She didn't even know that Jingqin came back with hot water. Jingqin saw that she was so focused. He didn't want to disturb her. He poured the hot tea into the cup. Seeing that it was too hot, he took an empty cup and poured it back and forth. When the water temperature was warm, he called out to her. He handed the cup to her. "Drink some water." Yushu took the cup without even looking at it. She finished it in one gulp and casually passed the cup back to him. Her eyes moved back and forth between the compass and the paper. She was so focused that she didn't even look at the handsome man in front of her. Yushu said that a boyfriend and girlfriend should spend more time together. The two of them just sat like this for the whole morning. They didn't even talk much. Fortunately, Jingqin didn't feel lonely. Because of Yushu's words, he quietly cleaned his sword for the whole morning. He didn't disturb her. Other than pouring tea for her, he didn't leave his seat. The next day, Fangji woke up early and didn't go anywhere. After breakfast, he carried his medical box to Jingqin's courtyard and waited for the sun to rise to remove the needles for him. Yushu originally wanted to watch from the side, but he used the excuse that Jingqin wanted to undress. He chased her to the kitchen to supervise the servants to boil the water and decoct the medicine. "Uncle He, wear this amulet first. It can protect you. Good luck." Last night, Yushu specially asked Zhao Hui for the yellow frost stone and insisted that Dr. He wear it on his body. First, she was worried that he would get into trouble when he treated Jingqin. Second, she wanted to have some good luck to protect him so that he could successfully remove the needles for Jingqin. Fangji saw that Yushu was even more nervous than Jingqin and found it funny. She said, "You gave it to the wrong person. If you want to give it, you should let young hero Jing wear it." Yushu relied on her understanding and said, "The matter of removing the needles depends on you. Of course, you have to wear it. Believe me, it won't be as useful as you wearing it." In order to make her feel at ease, Fangji could only wear the amulet on his body. "Jingqin, relax. Dr. He's medical skills are very good. There won't be any mistakes. You have to believe in him. I'll go out and wait for you guys. Yushu patted Jing Chen's shoulder to cheer him up, but she was not confident. Since Jing Chen had already decided to remove the needles, he didn't have any more misgivings. He nodded at Yushu with a calm expression. After Yushu cheered him up, she went to the kitchen to help boil the medicine. Today was indeed a sunny day. In the middle of the morning, He Fengji had someone bring a basin of hot water into the room and boil a pot of strong wine. She left a nimble manservant at the side to help. She closed the door and began to remove the needles for Jing Chen. Yushu had asked Dr. He about the process of removing the needles. The skin and flesh around the acupuncture points had to be cut open and the blood had to be seen. It was very painful. She was so worried that she didn't sleep well the whole night. She was in the kitchen brewing the medicine and was absent-minded. There were a few times when she almost scalded her hands. She wanted to sneak over to take a look, but she was afraid that it would affect Dr. He. After boiling for an hour, a manservant ran over to ask about the medicine. When Yushu asked and heard that it was done, she immediately threw the pot of medicine to him and ran away. Yushu rushed to the door of the west wing and almost bumped into He Fengji, who was walking out. "Slow down, why are you running? Dr. He, how is it? Did you remove all the needles?" Dr. He's forehead was covered in sweat, but there was a trace of a smile on his face. "And, the needles in young hero Jing's body have been buried for less than half a year. It was easier to remove than I had expected. Don't worry, there are no problems with his throat." "That's great." Yushu jumped in joy at first, but then she remembered the most important point. She grabbed him and asked, then did he remember anything?" "It's not that fast, Doctor." He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He used a handkerchief to wipe the sweat on his forehead and explained, "Right now, we're just removing the needles. He won't remember anything for a while. But you don't have to worry. He needs to rely on the medicine to recuperate. If the situation is good, maybe after 3 to 5 days, he will slowly remember what happened in the past." Yushu listened and nodded repeatedly. She felt that Jing Chen's memory recovery was just around the corner. She was overjoyed and kept thanking He Fengji. He Fengji was also satisfied to be able to cure an illness and save a person. "Alright, young hero Jing has just had the needles removed. He still has some symptoms of unconsciousness. Go in and take a look at him. If he wakes up, feed him the medicine. I'll go back to my room to wash up. I'll come back later." "Oh right, this amulet is for you. It seems to be really useful." Okay. Chapter 231. Because of the removal of the needles, Jing Chen lay on the bed in a daze. The 2 wounds were on the back of his neck, so he couldn't turn over. His black hair was scattered around the pillow, looking slightly messy, but it made his fair side profile look even more handsome. Yushu moved a chair over to sit by the bed. "Xiaoyu." Jing Chen opened his eyes slightly. "It's me." Yushu heard that his voice was hoarse. Fortunately, he could speak. She sighed inwardly and tucked his hair to one side. Gently, she asked, "Do you feel dizzy?" Hearing her voice, Jing Chen closed his eyes in relief and whispered, "I'm fine." Yushu passed on Dr. He's words to him. Dr. He said that after the needles are removed, you won't be able to remember for a while. He told you not to worry and to drink the medicine regularly. After a few days of rest, you should get better and remember things slowly. Is that so? Jing Chen smiled. That's great. Yushu was happy for him. In her opinion, it was already a blessing that Jing Chen didn't lose his voice again. If he could recover his memory, it would be a pleasant surprise. Then let's make this clear. When you remember what happened in the past and realize that I lied to you, you can't be angry at me. Also, we're boyfriend and girlfriend now, so we should go through thick and thin together. If you encounter any difficulties, you can discuss it with me. You can't hide it from me. Also, Jing Chin. Yushu said a bunch of things to herself and didn't hear Jing Chin respond. She called out to him twice and realized that he had fallen asleep. She scratched her ear and angrily covered him with the blanket. She yawned and crossed her arms as she leaned against the back of the chair to guard him. After the excitement passed, she felt tired. Her eyelids started to droop and she soon fell asleep with her head tilted to one side. About a quarter of an hour later, He Fengji walked in with a bowl of medicine. At the door of the room, he saw Yushu sleeping slanted on the chair beside the bed. He was stunned for a moment. Just as he was about to go up and wake her up, he hesitated for a moment and left with the bowl of medicine. He shook his head along the way as he muttered to himself. Back in the room, Xiao Hui was comparing two pieces of cloth, thinking about which color to choose for Yushu's dress. He Fengji came back with a bowl of medicine, so she asked him curiously. He Fengji asked the maidservant to leave first and walked to sit next to Xiao Hui. Wife, in your opinion, don't you think Xiao Yu cares too much about young hero Jing? Xiao Hui looked doubtful and turned to look at him. You mean the two of them? He Fengji nodded. I think so. Didn't you see how Xiao Yu slept next to young hero Jing's bed just now? If there's nothing between them, why would she care so much about him? This made Xiao Hui's expression change. She pondered for a moment and hurriedly put down the needle and thread. She grabbed He Fengji's hand and said, how can this be good? He's a man from Jianghu. Although he looks like a good person, I don't know his background. How can Xiao Yu be so muddle-headed? No, I have to go ask her. In Xiao Hui's eyes, Yushu was like her own daughter. At that time, she thought that she didn't have long to live and even made her last words to Yushu, leaving the deed to the house to her. Now, she took Yushu to live with her because she wanted to raise her daughter. In Xiao Hui's opinion, Jing Chen was an erratic man from Jianghu who didn't know his background. No matter what, he wouldn't be a good match for Yushu. If the two of them really got together, Xiao Hui wouldn't even have time to cry. Wife, don't be anxious. Wait, He Fengji hurriedly pulled Xiao Hui, who was about to get up, back and advised her, this matter isn't confirmed yet. If you ask rashly and there isn't such a thing, wouldn't that make things difficult for little you? Let's wait and see for a while longer. We live under the same roof, so with us watching over them, there won't be any problems. After being comforted by He Fengji, Xiao Hui didn't have the mood to choose any more materials. She sat restlessly in the room and worried. This made He Fengji regret telling her all this. On the second day after the needle was taken out, Jing Chen's memory didn't show any signs of recovery. The Dian examination began first. On the 15th day of the 12th lunar month, Yushu was sent out by her family. She sat on the sedan that Pei Jing had prepared and went directly to Taiching office. This time, Yushu learned to be smart. She wore an extra cotton-padded jacket on the inside and an extra layer of clothing on the outside. She added a hat on her head and wrapped herself up like a bear. Who cared if she was fat or not? She didn't have to worry about the cold first. Just like last time, a group of female transvestites queued up at the west gate of Taiching office. After being checked, they were sent into the examination hall by the bailiffs. It was still the same rooftop as last time. The difference was that there weren't as many tables and chairs in the examination hall this time. There were only 2 greenhouses built on the south side. Inside the greenhouses sat 5 or 6 examiners wearing red robes. The servants led the group of female students to the front of the greenhouses and arranged them into 4 lines. Yushu was puzzled about what was going on when she heard a series of drumming sounds in the square. The girls in front all stood on their tiptoes. There was a crowd of people moving. Seeing that there was no one to control them, Yushu also stuck her head out to look ahead. She saw two officials wearing hats leaving their seats in the greenhouses. A servant came up with two boxes, one for each of them. They unlocked the boxes and took out two scrolls from inside. Yushu guessed that the scrolls weren't the examination questions. Today is the 15th day of the 12th month of the 12th year of the Great Enchanting Festival. The first examination of the Great and Strange Technique. Question. This voice dragged on for a long time. Everyone could hear that it was the examination question. They all pricked up their ears to listen. Question. Xiang Wangye returned to the capital after paying his respects to the immortals. On the way, he lost a treasure. You are given 10 days to go to Xiang Wangfu to inquire about it and help His Highness find the lost item. On the 25th day of the same month, at 3/4 noon, you will hand in your papers at Taiching office. The Celestial Commissioner has given his orders. As soon as the voice fell, the crowd was in an uproar. Whether they heard it clearly or not, or understood it or not, everyone's faces were gloomy. Everyone studied easy and knew what questions were difficult and what questions were easy. This question was obviously asking them to search for something. Where to search for it, what to search for, they had no clue. Even if they had strange techniques, they were afraid that it would be like picking sand from a well or searching for a needle at the bottom of the sea. It would be a waste of effort. On the other side, Yushu raised her eyebrows. Search for something. This great Yen examination's questions were really sinister. Were they treating them like police dogs? Following that, the examiner did not explain in detail. One by one, he called out their names and went forward to collect their exam token. He clearly stated that with the exam token, they could go to Xiang Wangfu to inquire about it. Otherwise, if a commoner wanted to enter Xiang Wangfu's front door, they would not even be able to climb the walls. Wang Tingting. Su Hui Hui. Sun Yaya. Yushu perked up when she heard Ji Xingxuan's name being called. She knew that Ji Xingxuan would definitely come for the exam. She looked left and right, waiting to see where 4th Miss Ji was when her name was called. However, she did not need to wait for the name to be called. She found Ji Xingxuan. The number of female students who came for the examination this time was less than half of the previous one. There were less than 300 of them. It was easy to find people, especially Ji Xingxuan's signature veil. Almost immediately, Yushu spotted her. Ji Xingxuan was standing in the middle of the line to the left of Yushu. Compared to Yushu, she was standing further back. She wore a pearl blue feather satin dress and a short silver cloak. Her hair was tied up in a bun and her earrings flowed with fragrance. Her slender figure was rarely seen in the line. It was hard not to notice her. Ji Xingxuan was discussing the new topic with Zhao Luer. She raised her head and saw Yushu looking at her not far away. She did not look surprised at all. It was as if she had expected that Yushu would come for the examination. Seeing that Ji Xingxuan was looking at her, Yushu turned her head away. She followed the line and moved forward. After getting her name tag, she left with the servant. However, when she walked out of the main entrance of Taiching Department, she was not in a hurry to leave. Instead, she stood across the street and waited for the person inside to come out. Not long ago, Aunt Chui came to Yiyang. She found Ji Xingxuan and Ji Xingxuan on Huixing Street. When they returned to the Ji family, Yushu coaxed them away. After 2 days, she did not see Aunt Chui again, so she moved in with Zhao Hui. She did not know what the Ji family was up to. Were they trying to catch her but could not find her? Or were they thinking of other ways to make things difficult for her? With doubts in her heart, Yushu had long planned to meet Ji Xingxuan during the examination today. She wanted to meet her and see what she was up to. Not long after Yu Shu waited, Ji Xingxuan came out of the main entrance of Taiching department. Zhao Luer followed beside her. As soon as Yu Shu saw her, she immediately called out, "Miss Ji." Her voice made many people turn their heads. They saw a young man in a green cotton-padded jacket and a black cotton-padded hat standing on the side of the street, waving his hand. He looked very silly. Ji Xingxuan had good self-restraint. She did not pretend to not know Yu Shu. After saying goodbye to Zhao Luer, she walked towards Yu Shu alone. "You were waiting for me?" Ji Xingxuan asked. Her entire face revealed only a pair of eyes. It was difficult to tell whether she liked Yu Shu or hated Yu Shu. "That's right." Yu Shu blew a breath of hot air into her palms. She rubbed her palms together and said, "I know that my mother has come to the capital. I wanted to ask how she has been these days." Ji Xingxuan said, "If you miss her, you can come to the Fu to see her." Ji Xingxuan did not mention a word about Yu Shu returning to the Ji family. It seemed that Aunt Shui had gone to Huixing Street to look for someone that day. It had nothing to do with Yu Shu. Yu Shu laughed foolishly and said, "I can't for the time being. The Diyan examination is just around the corner. I have to work hard and not run around. When I pass the Yishu exam, my mother will also be proud." "Oh, that's right. Can I ask you to pass a message to my mother for me?" Ji Xingxuan said, "Go ahead." She couldn't help but praise Ji Xingxuan's self-restraint. The last time they met, she had been teased by Yu Shu and parted on bad terms. Now that they met again, she didn't have the slightest intention of being hostile. Yu Shu's eyes turned and she said, "Please tell my mother that I am preparing for the exam and can't see her. If she can go out, she can come to Huixing Street to see me. Xiao Xiao and I miss her very much." Ji Xingxuan nodded. Yu Shu stared at her face. Seeing that her expression didn't change, she understood. The Ji family hadn't sent anyone to Huixing Street to look for her. Otherwise, how could they not know that she had moved? It seemed that they didn't dare to openly arrest her. They had other ways to deal with her. An alarm went off in Yu Shu's mind. She became cautious. She still had a fake smile on her face. She thanked Ji Xingxuan, "That's fine. I will go back first. Thank you for helping me pass the message." Chapter 232. Yu Shu left the Taiching bureau, but she did not go home directly. Instead, she had the bearers send her to the people training hall. This was the place where the 8,000 examinees of the Dian discussed, so there was no lack of eyes and ears. Regarding this strange technique, she wanted to hear the opinions of others before deciding what to do next. When she arrived at the front of Peiren Training Hall, some of the candidates had already returned and were discussing about Prince Yang's treasure. Yu Shu picked a tea house in the crowd and ordered a pot of oolong tea. She listened to others. In a crowded place, there would always be someone who liked to show off and did not hesitate to show off their tongues. The period of 10 days is neither long nor short. We only need to calculate the whereabouts of Prince Yang's treasure within these 10 days. We don't need to look for it. 10 days later, we will hand in our papers at Taiching office. After that, it will be up to Prince Yang's mansion and the Celestial Commissioner. Before the examination in April next year, they will send people to look for it according to the answers on our papers. Those who can find the lost item will be selected in one go. Yu Shu nodded inwardly. She didn't know much about the process of the exam, but after listening to them, she had an idea. It turned out that this question didn't require them to find the item for it to count. They only needed to calculate the whereabouts of the item within 10 days. If you ask me, what could Prince Yang have lost? He actually used it as this year's Dian examination question. Since there are so many people here, it must be a priceless treasure, such as a golden horse or a jade carriage. Anyway, it is something that ordinary people like us have never seen before. No, it can't be such a big treasure. I think it should be a small thing, perhaps a jade pendant or a painting. That makes sense, that makes sense. When this person spoke, people upstairs and downstairs in the tea house responded one after another. However, someone preferred to sing a different tune and snorted, who said it must be a dead thing. Maybe it is a living thing. Maybe it is a bird or a cat. Maybe Prince Xiang has lost a living person. Everyone in the tea house looked at each other in dismay and whispers could be heard everywhere. Yushu touched her chin and felt that this person's speculation was interesting. Keeping it in mind, she waited for another hour and inquired about the location of Prince Yang's residence. It was almost noon. Seeing that there were no other useful discussions, she paid for the tea and left. She expected that on the first day, the entrance of Prince Yang's residence would definitely be crowded with visitors. Yushu didn't join the crowd and returned to Zhao Hui's residence. Zhao Hui had been waiting in the front hall for the whole morning. As soon as she saw her return, she hurriedly asked, "How was it? How was the exam today?" "The exam hasn't been conducted yet. Today, only the topic has been announced." Yushu then told Zhao Hui about the topic of the strange arts and said, "I will first think about the method of divination. Tomorrow, I will pay a visit to Prince Yang's residence and ask about the situation." Zhao Hui didn't understand this and could only agree. She ordered a maid to bring the ginseng wine and pigeon soup that was prepared this morning. She watched her eat 2 bowls before allowing her to return to her room. Yushu returned to her room and put down her bookcase. She took off her hat and tidied up her hair. She went to the kitchen to see that Jing Chen's medicine was ready and brought it over to him. After being warned by Dr. He not to move around for 2 days, Jing Chen only got out of bed this morning. He couldn't practice his swordsmanship, so he sat in the room and read. Yushu came to deliver the medicine. After hearing the content of her exam, Jing Chen saw that she was talking about how difficult the question was and how difficult it was to solve, but her face didn't show much panic or distress. He didn't worry for her and said, "Since there are 10 days, you should make good use of it. There is no need to visit me every day. I will take the medicine on time." Yushu gestured for him to drink the medicine first. At the same time, she joked with him leisurely, "Jing Chen, hurry up and recover your memory. Who knows, you might be able to remember the past within these 10 days. When that time comes, you can use the secret arts of your Mount Longhu to calculate with your fingers and you'll be able to find out where Prince Xiang lost his treasure. Then you can tell me, hee hee." Seeing that she wasn't serious, Jing Chen couldn't help but laugh. He actually nodded and said, "All right. If I can calculate with my fingers, I will definitely help you." The two of them didn't chat much. Yushu took the empty medicine bowl and left. She went back to her room to think of a solution. Sitting in front of the study table, Yushu played with the waste token that she received from Minister Tai Ching this morning. This item searching question couldn't be said to be easy. It wasn't related to good or bad luck, nor was it related to the future. It was an ordinary Chiman technique. Within the 60-year cycle of Nain, there was no corresponding divination method. However, to her, this question was a little interesting. When talking about how to solve the question, the first thing she thought of was the law of the time of calamity. She thought that Prince Xiang lost his treasure. This should be considered a kind of calamity, similar to losing money. If she used the law of the time of calamity to calculate Prince Xiang's 8 characters and 4 pillars, she should be able to find some clues. At least, she would be able to determine when he lost his treasure. If she knew where Prince Xiang was at that time and what he was doing, she could basically determine where the treasure was lost. If that was really the case, then it would be too easy for her. However, the problem was that she couldn't be sure that the treasure that Prince Yang lost would always stay at the place where it was lost. There were two possibilities. 1. The treasure was found and taken away by someone else. 2. The treasure would leave on its own. Just like what the candidates in the human training hall had guessed, this treasure might be a dead thing or a living thing, big or small. If it was a small dead thing, it would naturally be the best. But if it was a living thing, then it would give her a headache. It seems that I have to go to Prince Yang's mansion to find out what exactly is going on. Yu Shu put down the waste token and prepared paper and ink. She wrote down the things she wanted to find out in detail on the paper in preparation for tomorrow's news gathering. At night, before going to bed, she used the 6 lines of divination to do 2 complete hexagrams. One was to ask if the hexagram would show a small auspicious sign in this examination. Moreover, the brothers' eyes had water and withered trees, which was a sign of the appearance of a noble person. The other was to ask if the Ji family had anything to do with her. Unexpectedly, she revealed her fierce side. Obviously, the Ji family didn't intend to let her go. This made Yu Shu feel both happy and worried. On the second day after Tai Qingxi announced the topic of the examination, Yu Shu went to Prince Yang's mansion early in the morning to queue up. As she expected, there was a scene of people and carriages crowding outside the Prince Yang's mansion early in the morning. There were guards guarding the entrance of the Prince Yang's mansion. Only a small door was opened at the south corner. A housekeeper wearing a gauze hat stood inside the door to receive the candidates who came to pay their respects. Don't push. Line up one by one. Male guests stand here and female guests stand there. After showing your waste token, leave your invitation card and wait for your name to be called at the door. Under the watchful eyes of the guards who were armed with iron weapons, the crowd did not dare to make a ruckus. Everyone obediently lined up. In this way, the female transvestites benefited from this. There were fewer of them than the male transvestites, so they lined up faster. Yu Shu took advantage of the chaos, to mix into the middle of the female guests. Even so, she still waited for half an hour before handing the invitation card she wrote last night to the housekeeper. She took the opportunity to look inside the door. She saw that there was a long table in the gatehouse with thick invitation cards piled up. There were 2 clerks copying and organizing them. There were 2,000 candidates participating in this year's examination. It was impossible to let them all in at once. The dignified Prince Yang's mansion would become a vegetable market. How could it be dignified? Not long after, another side door opened. Someone loudly read out the names of 3 people along with their birthplace. Someone excitedly squeezed out from the crowd as if he had won the lottery. After the guards checked the waste token and the examination card, they were led in by the servants of the Prince Yang's mansion. The 3 people went in and came out after the time it took to drink a cup of tea. As soon as they came out, they were surrounded by people. They scrambled to ask them what they had heard. They all wanted to hear the news as soon as possible. But these 3 people were extremely tight-lipped and refused to say a word. It took a lot of effort to escape from the crowd and disappeared like a wisp of smoke. Also, the examination hall was like a battlefield. It was either you die or I live. Who would be willing to give others a chance? Wouldn't that be making trouble for themselves? With these 3 people as an example, several groups of people who were led and later didn't say anything. They all kept their mouths shut and left in silence. Yu Shu thought that she came early. She counted the number of people and the frequency of the candidates entering and exiting. She estimated that it would be her turn in about 2 hours. So she calmed down and waited, listening to the gossip around her. It was not without any harvest. She waited for the whole morning until the housekeeper of the Prince Yang's mansion announced that the Prince Yang's mansion would be having lunch and asked them to come back in the afternoon. During this period, Yu Shu's name was not called. This made Yu Shu a little puzzled. It seemed that there were a few people who queued behind her and had already entered. Why was it that she didn't get her turn for the whole morning? Could it be that she was separated from the others? Seeing that the door of the Prince Yong's mansion was closed, the candidates had no choice but to disperse. Yushu followed the crowd all the way to Peiren Mansion to eat. There was no wall in the world that was impervious to wind. Moreover, this wall was not a dense one. Yushu had just eaten a bowl of san xian dumplings when news leaked out from the Peiren Mansion tea house. It turned out that this morning, the candidates who were called into the Prince Yong's mansion didn't see Prince Yong himself, but an old housekeeper who accompanied him for the past 6 months. It was said that after Prince Yong returned to the capital, he fell sick and it was inconvenient for him to meet outsiders. So he asked the old housekeeper to meet the candidates on his behalf and answer their questions. This was human nature. No one could blame Prince Yong for falling sick at the wrong time. But there was another matter that made a group of people who didn't have a high status want to curse. Did you notice this morning that some people came late and were called in before they could even submit their invitation? Hearing this strange situation, a group of people started to ask what was going on. Yushu also pricked up her ears to listen while she was slurping her noodles. TSK, isn't it because he bribed housekeeper Zhao of Prince Yong's mansion and bribed his connections in advance? Let me tell you, don't doubt me. If this goes on, even if we line up honestly like this, we might not be able to enter the Prince Yong's mansion the day after tomorrow. There was a wave of hissing and complaints. One after another, they scolded the housekeeper who opened the back door. Yushu smacked her lips and didn't vent her anger with them. She had long passed the age of complaining about the injustice of the world. What she was thinking now was how to privately get in touch with the housekeeper. If bribing 2 taels of money could make her wait 1 day less, then this deal was quite worthwhile. Don't be fooled by this group of people's noises. If they really had money and connections, who wouldn't be willing to spend money to gain the upper hand? But to bribe, one must pay attention to connections. If there were no connections and no one who was willing to accept money, there was no way to spend it. After Yushu finished her bowl of noodles, she thought of a person who could help her enter the Prince Yong's mansion in advance. On the street opposite the Peiren mansion, she sat on the sedan chair. The sedan bearer asked, "Miss, are you going home now?" Chapter 233. Who should Yushu go to LoveLore Library to find? That could only be Feng Xiaomiao. As far as she knew, the young master of her mother's family had a good relationship with Prince Yong's son, Lu Jiong. It should not be a problem for him to help her get in touch with Prince Yong's mansion. Although she did not like to owe favors, Yushu had never been ambiguous when it was time to be thick-skinned, not to mention this was a serious matter. Yushu told the guard of LoveLore Library the name of Lotus Room, and asked someone to go in and find Feng Xiaomiao. She was lucky today. Feng Xiaomiao happened to stay in the library and did not go elsewhere to play. When he heard that there was a young man named Lian Feng outside the library looking for him, he immediately thought that it was Yushu. He did not let her wait outside and hurriedly followed the guard to find him. When he saw that it was indeed Yushu, he raised a smile and greeted, "What wind is it today? Are you looking for me?" Feng Xiaomiao was not unfamiliar with Yushu. There was even some kindness in his words. Firstly, it was because of the relationship between Shui Rui. Secondly, last time in Tibet, Yushu inadvertently reminded him so that he would no longer be in a dilemma of joining the army or learning Yi. "You don't come without a reason. I have something to ask of you." Yushu smiled at him. "Have you heard about the exam question of Qigong?" Feng Xiaomiao nodded. Although he did not participate in this year's Dian, he had heard about the exam. "I have heard about it. Didn't I ask you to help Prince Yong find something?" Exactly, Yushu did not beat around the bush and directly stated her intention. I want you to help me get in touch with the housekeeper of Prince Yong's mansion and see if you can bribe him to let me go in to inquire about the news in advance. I only have 10 days to solve the problem. I don't want to sit around and waste time. Yushu could see that Feng Xiaomiao, who could sneak into Tibet with her to read the papers, was not a pedantic person, so she blatantly asked him to open the back door. Sure enough, after listening to her request, Feng Xiaomiao did not show a disdainful or unwilling expression. He just looked at Yushu with some puzzlement and said, "You shouldn't come to me for this. Isn't it faster to ask Brother Roy for help?" Yushu's eyebrows moved. She made an excuse and said, "Isn't he away from the capital on business? He hasn't returned yet. Not to mention that Shui Rui was not here. Even if he was here, she would not go to find him." "He's back," Feng Xiaomiao said. "Didn't you know? Brother Rui returned to the capital with Xiang Wangya and has been back for several days. A while ago, he said that he was on official business, but in fact, he was assigned to escort Xiang Wangya back to the capital. The day before yesterday, I went to the minister's residence to look for him." Yushu was stunned. Shui Rui had returned. Feng Xiaomiao thought that Yushu didn't know and continued to say to her, "This time you really should go to Brother Roy for help. I can at most let you enter Prince Xiang's mansion. I heard that prince is sick. If you go there, you may not be able to see him. But if you go to Brother Roy, he will most likely let you see Prince in person and find out more inside information." Yushu asked suspiciously, "What do you mean? What kind of relationship does Brother Shui have with the prince's mansion?" Feng Xiaomiao let out a ha and said with a strange expression, "You don't know? Princess Yang is old Minister Shui's beloved daughter and Brother Roy's aunt. What kind of involvement do you think this is?" Yushu looked enlightened. "So that's how it is." After half a day, the famous Prince Yang turned out to be Shui Rui's uncle. Feng Xiaomiao looked at Yushu's expression. It was clear that she didn't know about this. This made him very confused. Brother Roy specifically told him that this Miss Lianfang was his sister and asked him to take care of her. Obviously, they were not ordinary friends. Why didn't she ask Brother Roy for help with the exam? Instead, she came to him. "Miss Lianfang, is it inconvenient for you to go to the Shui mansion to look for someone? How about I accompany you?" Feng Xiaomiao had a good impression of Yushu. Putting aside Shui Rui's request, he was quite willing to help her. Yushu came back to her senses. At this moment, she was in a very good mood. She thought that Shui Rui was still outside the capital. She didn't expect that he had already returned, but she didn't receive any news at all. Was it because he was too busy and forgot about her? Or did he understand what she said that night and decided not to see her? Selfishly, she didn't want to lose Shui Rui as a friend. But after thinking about it, she knew that the possibility was not high. If it was her, if she was rejected, she wouldn't be so magnanimous. Then it was very likely that Shui Rui had thought it through and planned to cut all ties with her. Yushu had a plan in her heart, so she gave up the idea of asking Feng Xiaomiao for help. She shook her head at him and said, "No need. I can go by myself. Thank you for telling me this." She came to find Feng Xiaomiao because of Shui Rui's face. However, if Shui Rui wanted to cut ties with her, they wouldn't even be friends. She had no right to ask Feng Xiaomiao for help. This was not appropriate. Yushu ignored the gloominess in her heart and told herself that this was also quite good. Feng Xiaomiao smiled. "Why are you so polite? How did you come? Do you want me to let the carriage send you?" Yushu said, "I am sitting on the sedan chair. It won't be troublesome. You can go and busy yourself. I will see you another day." After bidding farewell to Feng Xiaomiao, Yushu went to the street and sat on the sedan chair. She didn't turn anywhere and went straight to Xiang Prince Fu. The number of people in the afternoon was not lesser than the morning. There were a few who didn't submit their invitation during the day and went to queue again. In the end, after standing for an entire afternoon, Yushu's name was still not called. However, there were a few people who came from the center who went in early. When the sky darkened, Xiang Prince Fu closed the doors and rejected all visitors. Before closing the door, he left behind a sentence which made the group of people who had waited bitterly for an entire day in front of the door so angry that their mouths twitched. It's getting late. Those who didn't line up today, please come back tomorrow to submit your invitation. Yushu was silently in the crowd. After listening to the notice, she turned her head and left. The first thing she did when she got home was to take out 100 taels banknotes from the money box. She wrote a new invitation, sealed it with a hard letter and stuffed the banknotes inside. Tomorrow, she would rely on this 100 taels to enter Xiang Prince Fu. If she couldn't enter, then she would wait for another 2 days. There were so many people accompanying her and she wasn't the only one who was cheated. On the third day of the examination of the Art of Arcane Arts, Yushu waited outside the Xiang Prince's mansion before dawn. As soon as the gates of the Xiang Prince's mansion opened, she squeezed to the front. Yesterday's invitation cards were all wasted, so she had to line up again. Before Yushu went out, she did a divination and knew that today would not go well. But she didn't think that it would be in such a way. The housekeeper opened the letter and saw the banknotes in it. Without saying anything, he hid it in his sleeve and told her without blinking to wait for her name to be called. At this time, Yushu still didn't know whether this matter was successful or not, so she retreated and waited. After lunch, when the door of Xiang Prince Fu closed again, there were guests coming and going, but it was still not her turn to enter. Before the door closed, Yushu squeezed to the front and shouted "Housekeeper Zhao" a few times. Her voice was so loud that it attracted the attention of the surrounding people. However, the housekeeper in charge of receiving the invitation did not even turn his head and she was pushed by the guards outside the door. Yushu knew that this was a guy who didn't care about his face. It would be a lie to say that she wasn't angry. 100 taels of silver was wasted. Besides feeling distressed, she couldn't do anything. This was the situation. She had to bow her head. It was no wonder that people joked that this strange skill did not test one's ability but one's family background. Those with a little family background had already entered the Prince Fu. The rest of the people could only endure and rely on their luck. Being snubbed, Yushu left Xiang Prince Fu and went to the human training hall. There was no other way. She couldn't enter the Prince Fu, so she could only listen to some gossip outside. It was better than nothing. Her trip to the human training hall was not in vain. After 2 days, as more people entered the Prince Fu, 1 or 2 pieces of insider information came out. Those who heard it were surprised. Firstly, the lost item that Prince Xiang was looking for was not a treasure like the golden horse or the emerald carriage, nor was it a bird or a cat, but an ordinary painting. This was guessed correctly. Secondly, the painting was lost on the way back to the capital. Before it was lost, Prince Xiang had been keeping it, but he couldn't remember when he lost it. Someone deduced that it could have been stolen by someone else. Most people thought so, even Yushu was no exception. Since it was a treasure, of course it would be taken good care of. If it disappeared for no reason, it must have been stolen by someone. If that was the case, then it would be more difficult to find it. Someone was dissatisfied and complained, "This theft should be investigated by the officials. Why did it become our exam this year? We are testing mastery, not constables. How can we be involved in solving cases?" Yes. This question is not good. Not good. Really, it's even more difficult than the astrology exam. There were people below who agreed, but there were also people who didn't agree. They said coldly from the second floor, "This is the Diyan examination. If the questions were too easy, wouldn't everyone be able to pass and become Master E? What's the point of testing? We, who study E, should aim to know what will happen in life, to become a Master E, and to have a good life. If you don't have this awareness, then why are you participating in the DN examination? Go home early. Hearing this, the examinees who were shouting about how difficult the questions were all flushed with shame. Yushu looked up with interest at the person who mocked them. She saw that it was a young man, not more than 17 or 19 years old. He had delicate features and thin lips. He looked like someone who didn't hold back his words. Yushu agreed with his words. She saw that he was magnanimous and wanted to chat. She ordered a pot of wine from the waiter and brought it up to the second floor. The young man was dressed plainly and sat alone at a table. There was only a plate of peanuts and a plate of pickled radish on the table. He held a book in his hand and there wasn't even a pot of wine. "Brother, shall we share a table?" Yushu put the wine pot in her hand on the table in front of him and asked with a smile. The young man raised his head from the book and glanced at Yushu. He pointed at the table opposite him and said, "Sit." Yushu took the empty cups on the table and poured 2 cups of wine. She handed one to him. She didn't care if he was drinking or not. She took a sip first and initiated a conversation. "My surname is Yu and my name is Shu. May I ask for brother's surname?" Wen Xiaoan. This person didn't beat around the bush. "Brother Wen," Yushu changed the way she addressed him. It was obvious that she was familiar with him. "May I ask, have you been to Xiang Wang Fu?" Chapter 234. Pardon me for asking, but have you entered Prince Xiang's residence? I didn't go. Hearing this, Yushu thought that if she didn't misunderstand, when the person in front of her said, "didn't go," he didn't just mean that he didn't go today, but that he didn't go to the Wang Fu at all. This was strange. On the 3rd day of the exam, why was he so calm? Did he not take the exam? She asked suspiciously, "Why didn't you go?" Wen Xiaoan put down his wine cup and continued to read. He was too lazy to raise his head and said, "It's useless to go if I can't enter." Yushu felt that his words were a little interesting. Other people only knew that it was not easy to enter Xiang Prince Fu's main gate after going there, but he seemed to have long known that he would not be able to enter. To be able to have such foresight, he must have some basis. She was about to ask in detail when she suddenly heard someone calling from behind, "Wen Xiaoan." Yushu turned her head and saw 2 young men in lined jackets coming up from the stairs. They strode towards their table with unfriendly expressions. "Wen Xiaoan, you liar. Refund me 5 taels of silver and say that I can enter Prince Yang's residence today. You made me wait for the whole morning." Hearing this, Yushu turned her face to the young man at the same table. What did he say? Was this person a liar? It's only the morning. Why are you so anxious? Wen Xiaoan frowned and said to the person who came, "Isn't there still an afternoon? I said you can enter, so you can enter. I don't care. Refund me." One of them stepped forward and grabbed Wen Xiaoan's clothes without any explanation. His face was full of anger. Obviously, waiting for the whole morning and being happy for nothing had worn out his patience. Wen Xiaoan sneered, "You are the one who insisted on looking for me. Did I beg you? Ridiculous. Even if you can enter the Prince Yang's residence, you are destined to be at the bottom of this exam." Yushu's forehead twitched. This kid was asking for a beating when he talked. Sure enough, the man was tall and strong. Without thinking, he waved his fist at Wen Xiaoan and knocked him to the ground. The man flipped over the stool with a crash. There was a commotion around, but no one stepped forward to stop him. Wen Xiaoan was pressed to the ground and punched twice. His face was bleeding, but there were people who secretly cheered and cheered him on. Yushu furrowed her brows. She had known Wen Shaoan for a long time, but he didn't seem like a swindler. Instead, he seemed like someone with real skills. After a moment of hesitation, she shouted and threw a cup on the ground, interrupting the dispute. "Stop!" The person who was beating him stopped and turned to look at Yushu. "Who are you?" he asked. Yushu revealed a smiling face and said in a friendly tone, "He and I are from the same hometown." "Big brother, how much money does he owe you?" "Can I pay you back to appease your anger?" The man hesitated for a moment and looked at Yushu suspiciously. "You're from the same hometown as this kid. Why haven't I seen you before?" Yushu nodded and didn't explain further. She took out her money pouch and poured out all the bits and pieces of silver and silver coins on the table. She counted them with her fingers and picked up 2. She pointed at the small pile on the table and motioned for the man to come and take it. The person hit Wen Shaoan and vented his anger. Seeing that someone was paying for him, he left Wen Shaoan and grabbed the silver coins that Yushu took out. He snorted at Wen Shaoan. "If you dare to lie to me again, I will beat you up again." After that, he left with his companions, leaving the people in the tea house talking. Those who learned the Book of Changes were not like scholars who were well-educated and well-mannered. There were people of all religions and 9 schools of thought. There were many people who were as fierce and unreasonable as him. Wen Shaoan was still lying on the ground. Yushu went forward and bent down. She saw that his eyes were open, so she did not help him up. She just asked kindly, "Brother Wen, are you seriously injured? Can you get up?" Wen Shaoan glanced at Yushu and slowly sat up from the ground. He wiped the blood from his mouth and said, "You are a busybody." Yushu smiled secretly. It was rare that her kindness turned into ill intent. She watched him stand up shakily and walk to the table to sit down. She also sat down. Wen Shaoan poured a cup of wine and drank it. He coughed twice and said to Yushu, "I don't have money to pay you back." Yushu said, "This matter is not urgent." "What happened just now? Why did he say that you lied to him?" Wen Shaoan shook his head and did not want to say more. He poured another cup of wine and handed it to her. "I don't have money to pay you back. Write a word and I will help you read your fortune. Just take it as I have received 5 silver coins from you." Word reading. Yushu was a little surprised. Word reading was a very common method of divination. There were many fortune tellers on the streets of Osmanthus Lane who knew this method. She had thought that Wen Shaoan had some kind of magic. Could it be that she had misjudged him? Yushu dipped her finger in the wine in the cup and thought for a moment. Then she wrote the word "Jean" on the table. She did not know much about word reading. She only heard that a good fortune teller could tell a person's worries and predict a person's future with just one word. "Your handwriting is really ugly." Wen Shaoan first ridiculed her. He stared at the word "Jean" and his eyes flashed. He reached out and wiped it from the table, leaving a pool of water stain. He looked up and said to Yushu, "Recently, things have not been going well for you. What you want often fails. Although there is a benefactor, you are blocked and cannot help. In the end, it is like drawing water with a bamboo basket. I advise you not to waste your effort and give up early." When she heard his affirmation, Yushu's heart skipped a beat. After pondering over it for a while, she felt that the first 2 sentences he said were extremely accurate. These 2 days, it was not smooth sailing for her and the things she asked for were fruitless. What he said was that she was unable to enter Prince Xiang's estate several times. As for that benefactor, he should be referring to Shui Rui. These few points were actually all spot on. If one were to say that his predictions were accurate, then what was up with his last 2 sentences? Drawing water with bamboo was all for naught. Which thing are you referring to? Yushu was puzzled and asked, You said that I will draw water with a bamboo basket. What are you referring to? How would I know how many things you have? Wen Xiaoan's words were very irresponsible. He grabbed the scroll on the table and stood up to say to Yushu, You and I do not owe each other anything now. Don't ask me for money. Finishing, he went downstairs under the guidance of others. Yushu looked at his staggering back and pondered for a moment. When he disappeared downstairs, she then stood up to leave. Wen Xiaoan's assertion did not have much effect on Yushu. Compared to trusting others, especially a stranger whom she had just met, she was more willing to trust herself. But when she got home, she still had an idea. She used the 6 lines to make a divination for herself and asked about the results of the De Yuan examination. Even though she had used the 6 lines to make a divination for herself many times before, she had never directly asked about the examination results like this. This was because the 6 lines divination was not omnipotent. Even though its accuracy was much higher than other strange techniques, its biggest flaw was that its high accuracy could only be used to predict recent events. Its ability to predict recent events was strong, but its ability to predict distant events was weak. There would often be a large deviation. When Daoist Qingzheng was teaching her, he had reminded her that the 6 lines divination could predict recent events, major events, ask questions, and predict changes. Only by mastering the 6 lines divination would one be able to predict the results. The results of the De Yuan examination would only be announced in April next year. This was already beyond the scope of recent events. Therefore, she never used the 6 lines divination to ask about the examination results because she knew that it would be inaccurate. Yushu's horoscope was useless. She could use the 6 lines divination to predict other people's fortune and misfortune, but not her own. All she could rely on was the 6 lines divination, passed down by Qingzheng. Yushu used the 6 lines divination to predict the results of the De Yuan examination. Unsurprisingly, she got 2 empty hexagrams. The hexagrams were in a mess, and she couldn't see any clues. She couldn't make any deductions, and she couldn't confirm whether Wen Xiaoan's all in vain was referring to the results of her participation in the De Yuan examination. Putting away the copper coins, Yushu didn't dwell on this matter anymore. She just thought that her encounter with Wen Xiaoan in Peiren Hall was a small episode and quickly forgot about it. Tomorrow, she still had to line up in front of Prince Xiang's mansion. After dinner, Yushu wrote her 3rd visiting card. After hesitating for a while, she made up her mind and put 3 banknotes of 100 taels of silver in it, which was 200 taels more than yesterday. Chirp chirp. Kim Bao climbed up the desk and squatted beside the candlestick. He hugged his paws and called out to Yushu. Yushu reached out and gently grabbed it. Her fingers hooked its little tail. She sneered. She didn't believe that she couldn't get into Prince Xiang's mansion. Chirp. On the 4th day of the examination, Yushu was finally able to enter Prince Xiang's mansion. Official Zhao, who received the invitation, received 300 taels of silver from her. His face finally relaxed. She waited at the door for less than an hour before someone called her name. Under the envious eyes of everyone, she was led into the Prince Xiang's mansion with 2 other people. Just as Yushu thought, the 100 taels of silver she gave yesterday was too little. She spent 400 taels of silver to buy the entrance ticket. Yushu wasn't in the mood to appreciate the garden view of the Prince Xiang's mansion. She followed the servant to a flower hall and saw the old housekeeper of the Prince Xiang's mansion. Yushu knew that the status of this old housekeeper, who was over 50 years old, was not low. The 3 of them greeted each other and were led to the seats of honor. Knowing that there was not much time left, Yushu did not waste any time and was the first to ask, "This examination question is very vague. I would like to ask, what kind of treasure did your highness lose? The old housekeeper must have answered this question countless times and very smoothly said, it was a painting. Yushu then asked, what painting? Which craftsman painted it? The old housekeeper stroked his beard and said, it's not a famous work. It's just an ordinary painting. Then was the painting lost or stolen? Yushu heard people guessing in the Peiren hole. She was afraid that the painting was stolen and it's not easy to find its whereabouts. The old housekeeper shook his head, it's hard to say. It should have been lost. What kind of answer was this? Yushu frowned. At this point, the two people who came in with her were already unhappy with her asking 3 questions. They took the opportunity to ask about the process of Xiang Prince losing the painting. The old housekeeper answered them one by one, but there were many parts that were unclear, making one depressed. All right, that's all I know. Guests, please leave. The old housekeeper answered most of the questions and stood up to send the guests off. Just the time it took to drink a cup of tea had passed. Although the other 2 were not satisfied, they still stood up to leave. Only Yushu greeted the old housekeeper and asked, may I know Wang Ye's date of birth and horoscope? Allow me to go back and check it. Hearing this, the 2 people stopped in their tracks and turned their heads to look at Yushu in surprise. It's not that they did not want to know Xiang Prince's date of birth and horoscope, but to ask this question was disrespectful. They did not expect that there would be someone so daring to ask for it. The old housekeeper's expression was hesitant, but he did not show any dissatisfaction, nor did he reprimand Yushu. It's not convenient to reveal Wang Ye's horoscope, but I can tell you Wang Ye's date of birth. Finishing, he turned around and took a pen and paper on the table. He wrote down Xiang Prince's date of birth and glanced at the 2 people who were listening intently to take advantage of him. His lips curled into a smile, but he only handed it to Yushu. Chapter 235. The reason why Yushu asked for Prince Xiang's horoscope was because she wanted to calculate the time and location of Prince Xiang's loss of the painting. At the moment, she only had the date, month, and day of his birth. The hour was unknown, so she could only increase the difficulty of her calculations. She combined the 24 hours and tested them one by one. Using the information of Prince Xiang's noble status and his recent illness, she could first confirm Prince Xiang's horoscope. This was not an easy task. When Yushu returned home, she immersed herself in her calculations. She only ate a few mouthfuls of lunch and immersed herself in her calculations until the evening. During this period, Zhao Hui secretly came over to look at her twice. She did not dare to disturb her and ordered the maids to prepare sufficient refreshments and to heat up the fire in the room. Jing Qin did not see Yushu for the whole day. After dinner, he left the courtyard and walked to Yushu's room. Seeing that her room was lit, he followed the light and walked to her window. He looked at her blurred figure on the paper window and stood for a while before leaving quietly. His memory had not recovered yet. He could not help her much now, but at least he could not cause her any trouble. For Jing Qin, ever since he and Yushu became what she called boyfriend and girlfriend, in the woods that day, there didn't seem to be any obvious changes in his life. If there was anything different, it would be that he thought of her more than before. Jing Qin returned to his room and picked up the biography of Lu Yi on the table. He flipped to the page that he read before dinner. He had read this book many times. He was confused about the feelings of the dragon girl Lu Yi at the beginning, but now he had some understanding. In the book, Lu Yi went to the capital to take the imperial examination. On the way, he met a girl who was herding sheep in the ice and snow. He felt sympathy and found out that she was the 3rd princess of the Dragon Palace of Dongting Lake. She was married to the son of the Dragon King of Jing River. Her husband did not like her and abused her, causing her to be herded in the snow. The surrounding waters were afraid of the Dragon King of Jing River and did not dare to send a letter home for the dragon girl. Lu Yi was righteous and pitied the dragon girl's hard life. He resolutely gave up the imperial examination and returned to her hometown to send the letter. In the end, after many twists and turns, Lu Yi and the dragon girl finally got married. Jing Chen liked this story very much because it was very similar to his and Xiaoyu's experience. However, Xiaoyu was more like Lu Yi, who saw injustice, while he was the person who was saved from danger by her. The sky gradually darkened. Jing Chen closed his book, washed up, and went to bed. Doctor He told him to sleep early and wake up early. Only then would he be able to recover his memory as soon as possible. In the dead of the night, the person behind the bed curtain suddenly spoke in his sleep. After chattering for a while, he became quiet again and no one heard him. At dawn, Shui Rui, who had been lying on the small bed in the outer room for half a night, woke up with a start. He turned over and sat up, the quilt covering him slipping to the ground. "Young master. Is it a nightmare?" The maidservant, who was squatting beside the octagonal copper stove and adjusting the warm incense, turned her head and asked softly with concern on her pretty face. Shui Rui pinched the bridge of his nose and said in a low voice, "What time is it?" "It's not yet 7, why don't you lie down a bit more?" "Furin hasn't woken up yet." The maidservant closed the incense burner and got up to walk to the small bed. She picked up the quilt on the ground and wanted to cover him. Shui Rui blocked it with one hand. "I'm not going to sleep. Have someone get some water for me to wash up." "Yes." The maidservant responded and went out to give instructions to the servant outside the door. She then went back and poured some fragrant tea for him to rinse his mouth. She knelt on the low stool beside the bed and was about to help him put on his boots when a cough suddenly came from inside the room. The person on the bed moved and stepped on the ground in his white socks. He strode to the door and lifted the curtain to enter. "Mother." As soon as Shui Rui entered the bedroom, he saw the woman on the bed being helped up by the maidservant to drink water. His expression was slightly excited and he called out softly to her. He walked forward and took over the maidservant's position. He carefully helped her up and brought the teacup to her mouth with one hand. The maidservant outside followed him in. Seeing that the person on the bed had woken up, she exclaimed in pleasant surprise, "Furin has woken up. Nu Na will go invite Zhou Longzhong over." With these words, she gestured to the maidservant in front of the bed and had her leave, leaving some space for the mother and son. The room was extremely warm. The woman had a jacket draped over her shoulders and her eyebrows were drooping. Her pale and elegant face seemed to be in her early 30s, but the grizzled hair at her temples betrayed her age. After drinking a few mouthfuls of water from the cup, she lightly pursed her lips. Shui Rui understood and took the cup away, pulling the quilt over her body. "Is it day or night?" Madame Shui's eyes were half open, her eyes devoid of any spirit as she softly asked this question. Shui Rui's expression was pained. He turned his head to look at the window and replied, "It's almost daybreak. You've been back for a few days. Guard me every day. Don't make your grandfather unhappy. In a little while, eat breakfast and go back." Madame Shui leaned against her son's chest, her expression serene. She did not seem like a patient who had been unconscious for several days. "Mother, be at ease. It was grandfather who allowed your son to attend to you during your illness." Shui Rui helped Madame Shui lie down, propping up a pillow behind her. He sat on the edge of the bed and lightly held her hand, his face filled with fatigue. At the end of last month, he had been dispatched from the capital to welcome the Prince of Xiang. Upon his return, he had heard the news that his mother had fallen ill. Madame Shui's health had always been poor, and this illness had been sudden. She had been unconscious for several days, and when she woke up and slept, Shui Rui had kept her company with all his might, making up for the 2 years he had been away from home and unable to fulfill his filial duties. Your grandfather has always been strict, but he treats you extremely well. Rui, listen to your grandfather's words. Don't let down the hopes he has placed on you once more, Madame Shui softly said, her breath faint. Shui Rui's eyes flickered as he obediently replied, Mother, be at ease. Your son understands. The physician was quickly invited over, and the diagnosis made Shui Rui feel at ease. Madame Shui was no longer in danger, and all she needed to do was carefully nurse herself back to health and take supplements. Shui Rui accompanied her for the entire morning, and he watched as she finished drinking the medicinal soup and fell asleep before he left. Before he left, he repeatedly instructed the maidservants in her courtyard to immediately send someone to notify him if anything went wrong. Shui Rui returned to his courtyard. After bathing, he changed into his official's robe, preparing to make a trip to the Supreme Court. Before leaving the capital, he still had some official duties to complete, which he had delayed until now. He didn't know if they had been taken over by someone else. Leaving the Supreme Court at dusk, Shui Rui hadn't eaten much the entire day. He had the sedan bearers carry him to the restaurant he frequented. As he entered, he was recognized by the sharp-eyed shopkeeper who was doing the accounting and hurriedly called for a waiter. Shui Rui's mind was preoccupied, so he didn't pay attention to what the shopkeeper was saying. He went up to the private room on the second floor. When he pushed open the door, he found that it was full. Lu Jiong, Feng Xiaomiao, Qi Mingxiu, and Rui Lin were all there. Seeing Shui Rui, they were also very surprised. It turned out that they had arrived first. When the shopkeeper saw that Shui Rui had arrived, he mistakenly thought that they had arranged to meet together, so he had the waiter lead him upstairs. Brother Rui. Feng Xiaomiao happily called out, then turned her head to complain to Qi Mingxiu. Didn't you say that Brother Rui wouldn't come? Qi Mingxiu spread out his hand and pointed at Shui Rui. You can ask him. I sent someone to the Shui residence yesterday to deliver a message, but when he came back, he said that he was not free. Shui Rui smiled noncommittally and sat down in the seat that Feng Xiaomiao gave up. Lu Jiong poured wine for him and asked, Where have you been these days? Since the day you sent my father back to the residence, I haven't seen you. I even went to the Supreme Court to look for you twice. I thought that you had gone missing. If it wasn't for grandfather not liking me, he would have gone to the residence to look for you this morning. Shui Rui shook his head. My mother wasn't feeling well, so I stayed at home for a few days. There was a moment of silence. Lu Jiong was the first to react and said with concern, Aunt is sick again. Why is the doctor in the residence so useless? She didn't get better after a long time of treatment. Did you go to the palace to see the imperial physician? She's fine now. Shui Rui didn't seem to want to talk about it and changed the topic. Why are you all gathered here today? Everyone present was perceptive. Seeing that he didn't want to talk about it, they went around it. Feng Xiaomiao moved a chair to sit next to Shui Rui and said excitedly, We are talking about this year's grade examination. We are looking for Shi Ziyi to ask for information. Shui Rui didn't go out for a few days and didn't know these things. When he heard about the grade examination, he first thought of a person. Slightly distracted, he stopped drinking and turned to ask Lu Jiong, What does the grade examination have to do with you? Lu Jiong was about to answer when Feng Xiaomiao asked in bewilderment, Why, you don't know? Know what? Feng Xiaomiao muttered, thinking that day when Lianfang Gunyang came to ask him to enter the Xiang Prince residence, he said that he was going to look for Rui Gu for help. Why did she not look for him? Xiaomiao. Shui Rui called his name again. Oh, it's nothing. I just wanted to say that you haven't heard of such an important matter. Feng Xiaomiao laughed and didn't mention Yu Shu at the table. He wanted to talk to Shui Rui in private later. After that, he started to talk about the topic of this year's Dian examination. Shui Rui listened attentively. He knew that the Prince of Xiang had lost something on the road, but he had only heard about it today when it became a topic of the Dian examination. Lu Jiong said, "I don't know what the Celestial Commissioner is thinking. My Fuwang doesn't even know if the painting was lost or stolen, but they made it a topic of the examination. Now, there is a large group of people outside the Wang residence every day. It's so annoying. It's so noisy that my Fuwang pretended to be sick and moved to Dingbo Hall the next day, leaving the mess to his subordinates." Qi Huxiu interrupted, "The housekeeper of your residence must have received so much money in the past 2 days that his hands are tired." Lu Jiong laughed and said indifferently, "It's a rare opportunity. Let them make a fortune." They talked and laughed. Shui Rui seemed to be listening, but in fact, he was absent-minded. After the meal, Lu Jiong proposed to continue drinking elsewhere, but Shui Rui refused. Feng Xiaomiao also said that he had something to do. The 5 people separated outside the restaurant. Lu Jiong and the others went to drink. Feng Xiaomiao stopped Shui Rui, who was about to get on the sedan. He looked around and pulled him to the side of the road. "Brother Rui, did Miss Lianfang go to find you?" Hearing this, Shui Rui frowned. "No." "Why? Have you seen her?" Feng Xiaomiao nodded and told him about the day Yu Shu came to find him. In the end, he scratched his ears and cheeks in regret. "I saw that she didn't know that you came back, so I told her. I wanted her to find you for help quickly. If I knew that she wouldn't go to find you, I would have brought her to the Wang residence that day." Shui Rui's expression immediately changed. He asked, "When did she find you?" "The day before yesterday." Feng Xiaomiao muttered, "I don't know if she entered the Wang residence. It's been a few days." As soon as he finished speaking, there was no one in front of him. Feng Xiaomiao turned his head left and right. He only saw Shui Rui hurriedly get on the sedan. He didn't even greet him and left. Chapter 236. That night, Shui Rui rushed to Huixing Street and told the sedan bearers to wait by the side of the street. He walked into the alleyway, thinking about what to say when he saw Yu Shu's people. 1. To explain why he hadn't come looking for her in the past few days, and 2. To convince that stubborn girl to accept his help so that she could complete the strange arts exam. However, when he arrived at Yu Shu's door, before he could knock, he saw a lock on the door. The sky was dark and he was unclear. Shui Rui touched the lock and felt a layer of dust on it. After a moment of hesitation, he realized that the people in the courtyard had moved away. How could that be? Didn't Zhao Miao say that she saw her the day before yesterday? Shui Rui didn't give up and knocked on the door, shouting a few times. However, the only response he got was the muffled sound of the door and the wind in the alleyway. Shui Rui's face was a little dark. He thought about the night before he left and Yu Shu's mindless words to him. He subconsciously thought that she quietly moved away because she was hiding from him. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Was he that scary? Standing outside the tightly locked door, Shui Rui felt a wave of defeat. He just happened to have a good impression of a girl, but before he could express anything, she was scared away. After standing in front of the door for a while, Shui Rui ignored the unhappiness in his heart and went to knock on the neighbor's door, wanting to find out where the family moved to. Unfortunately, the neighbor also couldn't explain clearly. Yu Shu and her brother seemed to have moved early in the morning without informing anyone. Oh, and that Jing. Thinking of that unknown Jianghu person, Shui Rui couldn't help but furrow his brows. First, he was worried, and second, he felt a little unfair. How could it be that they were both men, but that heartless girl could have completely different attitudes? She didn't have any suspicions towards that person, but guarded against him like she was guarding against a thief. Even though it was unfair, Shuirui was not really angry to the point where he wanted to wash his hands of Yushu. He pondered over the fact that he still had to find her and bring her to meet Prince Yang so that she would have a higher chance of success in this case. Sitting on the sedan, Shuirui temporarily returned to the Shui Manor. He thought about going to Baichuan Academy the next morning. Even if he couldn't catch the big one, he could still catch the small one. Moreover, Yushu spent 2 days and 2 nights to complete the incomplete set of 8 characters she got from the housekeeper of Prince Yang's residence. Using the law of time of calamity, she deduced 2 pairs of birthdays that were most likely to be Prince Yang's. Then, she substituted them into the calculation symbols and listed out the few times when Prince Yang was most likely to have lost the painting. For the past 2 days, other than going to the toilet, she didn't even step out of her room. She had worn out 7 or 8 charcoal pens. Due to excessive calculations, her knuckles were also rubbed into water calluses. It hurt when she touched them. However, to Yushu, as long as she could make some progress on the exam, it was all worth it. Now, all she had to do was wait until tomorrow when she went to Xiang Wang's manor again and asked the old housekeeper about the few times she had calculated. Then, she could basically confirm where he lost the picture scroll. Even though she wasn't 100% sure, but as the saying goes, man proposes, God disposes. Yushu admitted that she couldn't be compared to the almighty Ez from ancient times. Being able to calculate to this step was already her limit. She sorted out the notes that she had to ask tomorrow. In order to avoid any accidents, she made 3 copies. 1 copy was kept at the bottom and the other 2 were kept in the pockets of the clothes that she had to wear tomorrow. After finishing her preparations, Yushu stretched her back and drank the remaining water in the teapot. She got up and left the study table to go outside to get some fresh air. It was late at night and the courtyard was very cold. Zhao Hui and the rest had already gone to bed. A crescent moon hung in the sky. Yushu unknowingly walked to the entrance of Jing Chen's courtyard. She took a look inside and saw that the candles had already been extinguished. She didn't enter again. These past 2 days, she had been busy from dawn to dusk. Even though they were under the same roof, she didn't even have the time to look at him. She couldn't help but feel a little ashamed. Let's wait until tomorrow. We'll have breakfast together in the morning, and then I'll ask him about the recovery of his memory. Yushu thought to herself as she returned to her room. As soon as she laid down on the bed, the exhaustion from the past few days hit her, and she quickly fell into a deep sleep. She didn't know how deep it was in the night, but a silhouette was cast on the frosted window. In the night, it slowly disappeared. It was late winter and the morning was extremely cold. Yushu sneezed twice when she got up. She hadn't covered herself properly with the blankets last night and had slept for an entire night. Her 2 feet were actually exposed. As she sniffled, Yushu quickly put on a cotton-padded jacket under the blankets. She turned around and got out of bed. Looking at the bronze mirror, she tied her hair into a scholar's bun and wrapped a handkerchief around it. She went outside to fetch water to wash her face. Zhao Hui's family had just settled down in Jing and the residents hadn't added any servants yet. Thus, Yushu hadn't been assigned a servant girl to serve her. She still had to do everything herself. "Miss, you're up early," Zhao Hui's servant girl, Yundo, came out with tea. Seeing Yushu standing at the door and splashing water to wash her face, she greeted her. Yushu smiled at her. "Is Aunt Hui up?" Yundo said, "Yes, she's up." She was about to ask Nubi to see if you're up or not. "Miss, are you hungry? I'll go to the kitchen to see if breakfast is ready. Should I bring it in for you?" Yushu refused. "You do what you need to do, I'll go by myself." Yushu put the basin back in the room and went to the kitchen. Pei Jing had brought 2 chefs from Yangzhou. He Fengji was afraid that Zhao Hui's pregnant tastes wouldn't be good, so he asked to borrow one. Breakfast was a southern style, plain porridge and side dishes. Yushu chatted with the chef for a bit and found a food box in the cupboard. She filled it with 2 portions of breakfast and went to Jing Chen's courtyard, planning to eat breakfast with him. The doors and windows were closed and she didn't hear any movement in the room. Yushu found it strange that Jing Chen hadn't woken up at this time. She knocked on the door twice and the door opened by itself. "Tisk, did you not lock the door when you slept last night?" Yushu muttered to herself and simply pushed the door into the small living room. She put down the food box and took out the breakfast as she shouted towards the bedroom in the room, "Jing Chen, you still haven't woken up. Quickly get up, breakfast is ready, let's eat together." She placed the porridge and dishes, but there was still no response in the room. Yushu felt that something was wrong. She put down the chopsticks and turned to walk to the bedroom door. She raised her hand and pushed the door lightly. With a creak, the door slid inwards, revealing the scene in the room. On the bed, the bedding was still there, but there was no shadow. Jing Chen. Yushu's eyelids suddenly twitched. She strode forward and lifted the quilt. At a glance, she saw a small lump of coagulated brownish red on the apricot yellow pillow. She panicked, grabbed the pillow and smelled it. It was really the smell of blood. Yushu's face changed greatly. She put down the pillow and ran out, shouting Jing Chen's name. She searched the house and asked if anyone had seen Jing Chen, but no one had seen him. Even the gatekeeper said that he didn't see him go out last night and this morning. Yushu returned to Jing Chen's room with a livid face. When she entered his bedroom, she found that the rusted sword that he always hung on the bedside table was gone. His boots were not in the room, the quilt was no longer warm, and a biography of Lu Yi was on the desk. All the signs showed that he had left. Yushu clenched her teeth and clenched the book. She was annoyed and angry. She had no doubt that Jing Chen had regained his memory. Otherwise, how could he suddenly disappear? She was afraid that after he remembered, he would leave without saying goodbye. She had prepared a precaution in advance, tricked him into writing a contract, and coaxed him to express his feelings, but he still left without saying a word. Standing in the empty room, Yushu's heart seemed to have a fire burning. She felt wronged, angry, and worried. She turned her head and stared at the brownish-red blood on the pillow at the foot of the bed. Her face changed several times. In the end, she couldn't harden her heart to leave this treacherous guy alive. She turned around and walked out of the bedroom. As soon as she reached the door, Yushu met Zhao Hui and He Fangji, who had heard the news, and Yu Xiaoxiu. They had obviously heard from the servants that Jing Chen had disappeared. "Xiao Yu, what happened? I heard from the servants that you were looking for young Master Jing all over the courtyard. Is he not in the room?" Zhao Hui looked at Yushu with a worried expression. Yushu shook her head and showed the pillow in her hand to He Fangji. "Uncle He, look." Seeing the blood on the pillow, Zhao Hui let out a low cry. Yu Xiaoxiu was dumbfounded. He Fangji frowned, touched the dried blood, and sniffed it. After thinking for a moment, he said to Yushu, "It's extravasated blood. It seems that young Master Jing's meridians have been cleared. If I'm not wrong, his memory should have recovered. However, his body is still weak at the moment. I need to make another diagnosis to be sure. Xiao Yu, do you know where he went?" Yushu was upset and couldn't calm down. How could she have the mind to think about where Jing Chen went? She immediately said to them, "I'll go out and find him." As she said that, she stuffed the pillow into Yu Xiaoxiu's hands and ran out. Zhao Hui couldn't stop him and urged Dr. He to chase after her. Fortunately, He Fangji was rational. He patted Yu Xiaoxiu and told him to follow his sister. He turned to Zhao Hui and said, "Go back to the room and rest first. Don't worry. I'll arrange for the servants in the courtyard to go out and find him." Zhao Hui knew that she was pregnant and couldn't help, so she didn't want him to worry. She went back to the room with the servant and waited for news. Yu Shu said that she was looking for Jing Qin, but when she went out, she had no destination in mind. She stood at the door in the cold wind and sneezed a few times. She had been frozen last night, so when the wind blew, she felt a little dizzy. Yu Xiaoxiu caught up to her. Sis, wait for me. Yu Shu calmed herself down and pointed to the east road. She said to him, Xiaoxiu, you go there and find him. I'll go to the other side. Your Jing Dage has never left the house and doesn't know the roads around here. Maybe he didn't go far. If you see him, bring him back for me. Yu Xiaoxiu nodded. He saw that Yu Shu's face was pale and knew that she was worried about Jing Qin. He comforted her, Sis, maybe Jing Dage just went out for a walk. He'll be fine. Let's split up and look. Yu Shu didn't want this child to worry about her. She reluctantly nodded to him and patted his shoulder. Then she took the lead and went west. Zhao Hui's house was in the east of the city. There were residential houses nearby. 2 streets away, there was a bustling market. There were people doing business early in the morning. Yu Shu asked the passers-by along the way. Jing Chen's appearance was outstanding and easy to recognize. When he walked on the street, he should leave an impression. She thought that if someone saw Jing Chen, they would know which direction he went. Uncle, have you seen a man in white clothes? He is so tall and handsome. He is holding a sword in his hand. Auntie, did you see a young man with a sword? He's so tall, and he looks very handsome. After searching for an entire morning and running 7 or 8 streets, Yu Shu didn't find anything. Jing Chen seemed to have disappeared into thin air. No one saw him. Chapter 237. Shui Rui waited outside Baichuan Academy for the whole morning. Among the children coming and going to school, he didn't see Yu Xiaoxiu. The bell rang in the academy. Shui Rui didn't want to disturb him halfway, so he continued to wait outside. At noon, when class was over, he went to the Talent Institute to look for him, but he didn't expect to find him again. Yu Xiaoxiu. He didn't come to class today. Didn't come. Did he ask for leave? No, that child has always been good, but he was absent today. I don't know if he's sick or has something to do at home. Shui Rui was puzzled. He thanked the headmaster of the academy and went out to sit in the carriage. He felt that it was a coincidence, and something was wrong. He couldn't find Yu Xiaoxiu, so he couldn't find Yu Shu. However, Shui Rui didn't give up. If it was any other time, he would go to Baichuan Academy again tomorrow. But now that he was in the middle of the Dian examination, he had to save as much time as he could. If he didn't find her tomorrow, he would have wasted another day. There were only 3 days left before he had to hand in his paper. But, where could he find her? Halfway through the carriage, Shui Rui suddenly remembered something. He immediately asked the coachman to turn the carriage around and ordered, "Go to the Taihing Chamber of Commerce in the south of the city." If he remembered correctly, the last time he chatted with the master of Tihin, he mentioned promoting a manager from Yang to work in the capital. That person happened to be Pei Jing, whom he had met once. Maybe Pei Jing had already come to the capital, and Yu Shu's sudden move might have something to do with him. Shui Rui suddenly had an idea. He turned around and went to the main branch of the Taihing Chamber of Commerce in the south of the city. He found the manager and showed his identity. After asking a little, he heard that Pei Jing had come to the capital. He found out which branch Pei Jing was working in and got on the carriage again. Jing Qin didn't come back. Yu Shu ran home from the street, hoping to be lucky, but the result was disappointment. Zhao Hui was so worried about the children that she didn't even have an appetite for lunch. The few servants in the courtyard were all sent out to look for them. Only the cook and the maidservants were still there. Yu Xiaoxiu came back from outside first and was pulled to the stove by her to warm his hands. Seeing that the child's face was pale from the cold, her heart ached terribly. Then, she saw that Yu Shu came in right after and her lips were actually blue and purple. She immediately asked the maidservants to bring a blanket and wrap him up. Then, she hurriedly called the kitchen to bring some ginger soup over. She held Yu Shu's icy hands and felt that this child was faintly trembling and almost crying. Then, she looked at her dazed look and remembered He Fangji's speculation. She knew that this child really had feelings for that Jing Qin. What are you doing? Young hero Jing is such a big person, how can he go missing? Maybe he will come back after a walk. Why do you need to go out to look for him in this cold weather? Zhao Hui coaxed Yu Shu. She was afraid that she would be so stubborn that she would run out later. Yu Shu didn't say anything. She looked at the stove by her feet and the dancing sparks. It was like her heart was burning. She didn't listen to what Zhao Hui said. She sat quietly for a while and drank the ginger soup that the maidservant brought to her. When her body was warm again and her throat wasn't so dry, she stood up and whispered to Zhao Hui, "I will go out to look for him again." Zhao Hui grabbed her and anxiously said, "Do you really want to make a fuss until you fall sick? If he really left, would you be able to find him?" Yu Shu's body stiffened. She turned her head and pushed Zhao Hui's hand away. She bitterly said, "If I don't look for him, he really won't come back." She thought about it for the whole morning, but she couldn't figure out why Jing Qin would quietly leave without saying a word. She didn't believe that he didn't have any reluctance to part with her these days. Thinking about it, he was probably afraid that if he saw her, he wouldn't be able to leave. She didn't know where he was going or where he would go, but she had a premonition that if she left him alone like this, he might get into trouble again. Ignoring Zhao Hui's obstruction, Yu Shu went back to her room to put on a coat and a hat before leaving. Yu Xiaoxiu wanted to follow her, but he was scolded by Zhao Hui, so he could only stay in the room with his ears drooping. It was a surprisingly cold day. The water splashed outside the door in the morning had turned into ice, and the breath she exhaled was a cloud of white fog. Yu Shu changed her route and asked around along the way. This time, she went even further. She directly went from the east of the city to the south of the city, and even went to Huixing Street. Unknowingly, it was dusk again. There were fewer people on the street. In this cold winter, people had to close their stalls early and go home to their wives and children. Yu Shu walked half of the south of the city and blisters appeared on her feet. Seeing that the sky was getting dark, she had no choice but to turn back. The sky was getting dark, and the people on the street were rushing back home. She was the only one walking slowly. Before, she still had a glimmer of hope that Jing Qin had just recovered his memory and couldn't accept it. He would go out for a walk and come back. But after she couldn't find any trace of him for a day, her heart was even more certain that he had really left. This couldn't help but make her think back to the last time they parted. It was in the alley of Yang City. He came to say goodbye to her and calmly told her the reason why he was leaving. No matter how she tried to persuade him to stay, he still insisted on leaving. At that time, she could wave goodbye and send him off with a smile. But now, it was hard for her to let go. But this time, he didn't even say goodbye. The wind blew past her ears. Yu Shu's eyes were a little dry. She looked down at the road, her hands and feet were so cold that they couldn't feel them. Suddenly, a little bit of ice fell on the tip of her nose. She raised her head and saw that in the gray-blue sky, there were scattered specks of white and silver light. It was snowing. 1 or 2 flakes fell on her forehead and melted. She lowered her head and felt dizzy for a moment. She wrapped her clothes tightly around herself and continued to walk forward. This was the first snow of winter. In an instant, it was getting heavier. It floated on the ground and the road under her feet gradually turned white. Her mind was in a mess and she was a little dazed from the cold. Suddenly, she heard someone call her name. She raised her head and her eyelashes were covered in snow. She blinked her eyes and vaguely saw a white figure standing in the snow not far away. He was holding an umbrella and in the white snow, he was walking towards her with large steps. The snow under his feet made crunching sounds. Her heart was filled with joy. She shouted Jing Chin and rushed towards that person. But before she could run a few steps, her head felt heavy and she fell to the ground. Then her vision turned black and she lost consciousness. Ah Shu! Shui Rui was shocked when he saw Yu Shu fall down, and he hastily ran forward before tossing away his umbrella and squatting down to help her up. When he leaned against her chest to take a look, he saw that her face was livid, her lips were purple, and there was a layer of snow on her eyebrows and eyes. Her entire body seemed to have been frozen stiff, and she seemed to have fainted. Ah Shu, ah Shu. Shui Rui shook her. He was a little flustered, so he reached out and touched her forehead. It was frighteningly hot, so he immediately tore off the fur cloak on his shoulder and wrapped it around her. Then, he carried her in his arms and turned around to run towards Xiao Hui's house. He didn't care if Xiao Hui recognized him as he barged into the house. Yu Shu still hadn't returned in the evening. Xiao Hui was worried and regretted not forcefully holding him back. Yu Xiaoxiu and He Fangji went out together to look for Yu Shu. She waited in the front hall. Suddenly, she heard someone shouting at the door from outside the courtyard. There was a series of footsteps and the curtain was pushed open from the outside. Ah! Seeing a strange man come in, the little maidservant Yun Do cried out in surprise. Xiao Hui's eyes were sharper than hers. She saw Yu Shu in the man's arms and hurriedly got up. What happened, Xiao Yu? She looked up again and saw Shui Rui. Under the light, his face was very familiar. A light flashed and she blurted out, You, shopkeeper Chow. Shui Rui hastily nodded. He didn't have time to explain more to her. He urged in a low voice, She's fainted from the cold. Quickly go and boil a bucket of hot water and a bowl of spicy soup. Where's the bedroom? Zhao Hui hurriedly ordered the maidservant to boil water and led the way for Shui Rui to Yu Shu's bedroom. Shui Rui placed Yu Shu on the bed. Together with Zhao Hui, they took off Yu Shu's damp jacket and covered her with 2 blankets, covering her tightly. They then turned around to find a fire in the room and moved it to the bed. They lit the fire and burned the charcoal. They did this without stopping. The maidservant brought hot water in. Zhao Hui was flustered and almost knocked over the basin. Shui Rui was the calmest. He didn't mind the heat. He soaked his entire hand in the boiling hot water and wrung out a towel. He wiped Yu Shu's face clean. When the chef brought over a ready-made bowl of spicy ginger water, he pinched Yu Shu's cheeks, pried open her mouth and forced her to drink half a bowl. Ahem. Yu Shu was half conscious. She groggily called out, Jing Chin. Shui Rui's eyes turned cold. He pretended not to hear her and wiped away the water at the corner of her mouth with his thumb. He put down the bowl and covered her with the blanket. He turned around and asked Zhao Hui. What's going on? Zhao Hui was at a loss. She didn't have time to think about why Chao Zixin suddenly appeared. She looked at Yu Shu on the bed and answered absent-mindedly, Young hero Jing is missing. Xiao Yu went out to look for him the whole day. After answering, she remembered that Chao Zixin didn't know who Jing Qin was. She was about to explain when she heard him ask, Jing Qin. Zhao Hui was stunned. You know young hero Jing. Shui Rui nodded. He didn't look happy. I know him. I've seen him a few times. What do you mean by he's missing? When Zhao Hui heard this, she knew that Yu Shu had seen Chao Zixin before. Because they had been neighbors in Yang for several months, she knew Chao Zixin's character. Although she was puzzled, she didn't hide it. She answered, young hero Jing used to live in the courtyard on the west side. When he woke up this morning, he suddenly disappeared. Xiao Yu was worried that something had happened to him, so she went out to look for him the whole day. No matter how I tried to persuade her, she wouldn't listen. Alas, Shui Rui was a shrewd person. As soon as he heard this, he sensed that something was wrong. With a few words, he found out that Jing Qin had lost his memory from Zhao Hui. Then he understood why he had stayed in Yu Shu's house for a long time and couldn't leave. After he understood this, Shui Rui turned around to look at Yu Shu, who lay on the bed with a dazed and ghastly pale countenance, and besides feeling heartache, he couldn't help but feel depressed. He actually didn't know when this little girl had become a good person. Why was she so heartless to him? You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.